Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Free plasma, key to the universe. The principal fields. Create plasma. Plasma can become a self-sustaining star, or a proton or electron. Introduction of a second field. Field forces find their magnetic, gravitational positioning. Two fields with a gap creates free plasma between. Three plasmas form a free plasma at the common center. A fourth plasma allows the starship configuration with a free plasma core. An environment of tightly arranged plasmas appears as a solid structure. The nanomaterial process allows gaps in the structure for plasma flow. The gap inside the nanolayers creates free plasma in between.
And welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for August 25th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skoric, along with each and every one of the participants that are here. We all have a microphone. This is a roundtable meeting, and we look at each other as equals. All souls are equals, and we're just starting to learn this, and we're starting to learn about creating free plasmas. Just the nanocoating a piece of wire has that effect in creating a free plasma. And I would also think our interactions as well are creating free plasmas, but we'll be getting into that and more, much, much more. I mean, this past Knowledge Seekers workshop number 552 was quite lengthy, over 4 hours. Mr. Keshe has covered many, many, many topics in their subtopic as he usually does, from belief creating emotions to religion, and racism is our biggest problem going into space, whether you go in the physicality dimension or you go into the energy dimension. But of course, you may not even get there, as the soul is not allowed to commit suicide or commit suicide for you in a way. So that's why I'm saying many that try to get into these systems won't be able to, because we haven't sorted all of the different things. We're going to cover transmutation quite a bit today. We've made a few clips and understanding it more. We'll see some of the graphs Mr. Keshe refers to, some of the progress of some of the groups, and some of the limitations. As he said, it's very similar, and I had that in my last experience where I had too much weight in the luggage, and therefore I couldn't board. I had to move some things into the backpack and others, and he's comparing that in a way to the wrong emotions that we carry. System won't allow you to transmute. But we are all learning about transmutation, and it's not only moving into the dream state. I think we can also transmute the energies for our feeding. We can also transmute the energies that we need for wellness, and we can also do that with travel or moving into the energy or the physicality dimension. I think if we go into space, it'll be in a craft in the physicality. But in the dimension of energy, you can move the way the creator moves. But we're going to get more into that as we go along. And hopefully you have some thoughts you'd like to contribute or comments you'd like to make. Again, nobody's wrong, but yet no one's 100% right. Because as he said, this knowledge is so vast, the universe is so vast, I don't think we've fully gotten a handle on what we're totally dealing with. But that universe is within you, and we're all finding this out. So I think we'll go to the World Peace Treaty as we usually do and reaffirm our commitment to peace, peace within ourselves, peace within our surrounding environment, direct environment, and then peace across the planet and across the universe. This is part of the problem that we're having. We're not completely peaceful, and this is limiting ourselves, and we've done it to ourselves. We don't realize that, as he's given us a few examples in this workshop, how the powerful nations and the rest of this exert their power. It doesn't work that way in the universe. These beings don't carry this emotion, and neither can we. So this is one of the reasons for the World Peace Treaty. You don't have to sign it with a pen. You can sign it with the pen of your soul. And the products that are being released out of the stores seem to be, and I haven't tried them, but this is what's been reported in past tests with this, creating a peaceful condition and learning in a way how to enjoy life more, even though this is a hard row to hoe, as they say in farming. But let's read the World Peace Treaty, just to reconfirm our ethos, or the way we collectively look at other creatures in the universe, other civilizations. And there's a lot to think about here. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? Any of you peaceful people, that is. I'll read it. We, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, a body, or a soul. Simply put your name there, signature, date, position held. It's quite self-explanatory. Have it witnessed. And after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And of course, we do think we're the top of the heap, but actually we're quite an insignificant dust, but we're going to be becoming a more important dust, I think, in the universe, to share some of the knowledge as we start to interact with the universal community. And they're going to interact with us, showing us some of their advanced, perhaps UFOs, as we show them the process of transmutation. So, but peace is a prerequisite for this to happen. And I think based on what we see today around the world, again, we're not really following the news, we're creating the news, but we have a ways to go. But that gap can be closed in a very short time, even within seconds. We'll have to see how this pans out, but we do need a collective awareness. And as Mr. Keshe has told us many times, this is a test for humanity to see if we really want peace, to bring this peace in exchange for advanced space technology. So we can all play a role in this and we can become interactive, and we'll get into that in the creation of the Dome of Peace. But this is something, it's such a prerequisite that this is one of the reasons we can't go anywhere, or we can't go very far. We put a satellite in space or a laboratory and we see we are still kind of stuck there. I think the astronauts may come home in months or weeks. I don't know. It seems NASA says one thing one day and another thing another day. They're contemplating how to bring them back, but we haven't gotten very far. And of course, I don't think in our conventional rocket technology we will get too far, but with the UFOs, matter state again, we will probably have some quite distant tours and views around this solar system and around this universe, hopefully. But again, I don't know all the particulars. And the ones that fly in the UFOs have perfected those to quite a high level. They're quite advanced, as Mr. Keshe has told us. So we may not have to lose the amount of population, civilizations, and all the tests that needed to be performed to perfect such a craft. And this is where the interaction with the universal community will come in, not as a warring species, but as a peaceful, calm, and willing to explore and see what's next door, but not taking any weapons of destruction with us. There will be shielding, though, as we know, and this is something else that needs to be perfected. Anyone want to make any comment on the World Peace Treaty? Okay, so what I've been doing as of late is going to the Keshe Foundation store, and it does seem like the websites are growing. This is the Keshe Foundation store. This is the this is the existing YouTube channel for all of the videos, which you can search. One Planet, One Nation, One Race, the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. There's a number of other things played in here, and some of the bumpers are also in here. So, whoops, sorry. Oops. No, that's not what I wanted. Where am I going here? Okay, let's go back to, okay, I guess we'll go back to the store. I don't know what happened with the other one. It seemed to change. I must have scrolled in the wrong direction. But anyway, we have the store, we have the YouTube channel, and then of course we have the new YouTube channel, which is a pure teaching channel. And that was one of the videos I played, which is this one right here, Free Plasma, Key to the Universe, the Plasma Storyline. And the line goes from a field to a plasma, to a physics, to a chemistry, to a biology, and then, of course, to the creation of the soul. But it all starts in a way with the fields, making a free plasma. As we hear, these fields are sort of a soup of small plasmas in the universe, and we can tap into those. So this understanding of free plasma, I know we saw the star formation in that video, and Mr. Keshe says we will be revisiting the star formation. We probably haven't understood everything we need to. But I thought in the store, we'd start with this transmutation test, which are, I think there's 2 left in this series. And actually, this will be in September and October. This is, in a way, helping us to get prepared for the transmutation. And again, it's just not transmutation of the physicality or the soul. But I think every day we can learn about transmutation through taking energies of the universe, converting that into food, or into wellness. So he's asking and stating that transmutation is the key, and I think it's the key in all different dimensions. These are $600 a session, and perhaps we'll hear what we have the some of the things that Mr. Keshe, the graphs and others, he's commented on that. But perhaps we will play this video about thou shall not commit suicide. And what he's saying here is that one of the limits of our transmutation is because the soul knows we're overloaded, too much baggage, as I gave the example with the luggage, and it will not allow us to transmute because it could bring our demise in that dimension. And so we need to prepare more. So I thought we'd play this clip. Again, this is from the teaching end of it. The first part of this workshop, as I said, the workshop was 4 hours and 15 minutes. He indicated the first part was more about the soul. The second part, where he introduced the flagpole gans and the pause gans, was more about the physicality. And as we know, we're all operating in 2 dimensions. You can sign up for this. Let me just click on that. These are the transmutation tests. And again, you're doing this when you're sleeping. You're also doing this during the daydream, as he explained in the drawing in this workshop, when in a way that thin line of blood that's a mesh system holding in the energies of the soul, it actually gets reduced sometimes, and that change allows you to go into a daydream, but it doesn't allow you to, in a way, go into the full transmutation when you're awake. But this is the beauty of this new system, that we can actually live in 2 dimensions at the same time, or live in one, come back to the other. But again, there's many, many options here. So I thought we'd play this thou shall not commit suicide. Let's see if we can just bring that up. Again, this is from about 35 minutes into the workshop. And the soul knows our weaknesses, and this is why some of you, or as he said, many don't transmute or say they can't transmute, the system doesn't work, and the rest of this. This is a 13-minute clip, but I believe it's very enlightening for all of us. And this is why I play these videos. Mr. Keshe is able to touch the energies of your physicality and your soul just through the words. And I think others will do that as well when they become universal teachers. But at this point, we're just sort of learning about ourselves and learning about this knowledge. But people are getting closer and closer to this transmutation, as we'll hear from Mr. Keshe later on. So again, why can't we transmute? Why doesn't it work for many people?
And nowadays, we have found a new structure, superpower, the only power. I have more guns, I have more aircraft carriers, I have more nuclear, and I support who I like to get what I like, and I'm the superpower.
Remember, you can stop this if you'd like to make a comment at any time, and add in your understanding or ask a question. Alex is in the background. He's willing to come forward, or others may want to share something that they understand about this. Again, this is such a vast, vast knowledge. Mr. Keshe has been working with it for, I would say, millions of years. And we've just tapped into it for 5, 10, or 15 years, and we haven't fully understood a lot of it, but we're gaining knowledge every day, probably every minute, even though we're not fully aware of it. So he's talking about superpowers and being powerful, and saying, is this the way we're going to go into space as a race? Lording over it over the others? Not allowed.
Superiority and stupidity and ignorance is a gift of man. And no race in the universe carries this. Now you understand. Those of you who come and try to transmute and you cannot transmute, you find yourself entangled, sit back, and take another brick off the wall of prejudices, of the wall which you built not to be able to see the other side. And emotion which you create of nationalism, religionism, and everything else is the cause that you cannot transmute, because you cannot do. In essence, your soul is aware of your weakness, that this weakness outside can end to your demise.
So again, creating this emotion of oneness, that we're all the same in a way. Yes, we are different, but at the same time, we're unique. We're the same. We're the same and different, if you can understand that. We have to be able to accept, as he said, the creator shows itself in trillions of faces across the universe. So anything you bump into or meet in either the dimension of physicality or the dimension of energy is actually the creator manifesting himself. Remember the video we made? It's me as you.
Thou shalt not commit suicide. Your soul cannot take you to the dimension of the universe when it's aware that in the structure of the soul of physicality, you're racist, you're religious racist, you're skin racist, you are national racist, whatever you have. The reason this has to be sorted is very simple. When we build a craft, that craft has a soul, is created through the same process as you. There is no aluminum panels, there is no control panels. There is no structure that you control or you build. It has created itself out of the work of its own soul structure, out of the field of the universe, what we made available for it to manifest itself. And that soul is pure, is not tainted with the desire and emotion of the physicality of the man. Cannot accept you, cannot harm you, cannot harm those who are in it and is protecting. If you knowledge seekers understand, many of you have been going on in these trips of the what we call Friday sessions and can't get anywhere. Sit back. Where what I have not solved for myself? What baggage do I carry which is holding me back? The more emotional prejudices you carry, the heavier your bag is to get on the board. You go to the airport, they say you're allowed 20 kilos or you have 40. You can't go. You have excess baggage, excess emotion. The emotion and the fields of it is what is holding you back. In the physical dimension is the weight. In the world of the transmutation is the emotion. You have to understand this. Otherwise, you blame everybody that I cannot go, is something wrong with them, the system doesn't work, because it's you who has shackled yourself to the emotion of your belief. This is the writing of Baha'u'llah. He says, Earth is one planet, and mankind is citizens. When you become the citizens of this planet, not being American, Jew, and the rest, then is the time when you can open the doors of the universe to mankind, to yourself.
So when we clean this part of us up a bit, again, this is opening the universe to yourself. And only you can deal with the baggage. I don't think anyone can go in there and change you in so many ways, especially if you're not willing to change. You're willing to transmute. We're all willing to transmute, but are we willing to change our prejudices, or again, religions is the two biggest issues we're going to have in this process. And apparently, some of the knowledge seekers going through these tests are experiencing very similar things.
The earth is but one country, and mankind is citizens. And if you understand the process of the creation, if you understand it's you who is holding you back, then you understand the next step. Then you understand where you went wrong. When you're a human, you're a Christian, you're a Jew, you're a Muslim, you're a father, you are American, you're British, and you're still sole member of this planet. And in that dimension means you provide, you give. There's no matter who takes, as you have provided it. Then you're mature enough to leave the shackles of this planet. Then you understand why many of you cannot fly. Many of you cannot transmute. You go through the process, it's so many step by step, you've been all the way. But the emotion which holds you back is your emotion of your prejudices. And the emotion of you being the center. You are the most important thing. Where if you learn that you're part of the structure and the importance of you is only to you, then you start transmuting. In a way, as I said once, you've been vaccinated. You cannot give the disease to anyone else. You cannot go to another position and make the aliens Jewish, Muslim, or you cannot behead them to become.
So that's what he's saying about being vaccinated against all these things. Then you can go. If you're not vaccinated, again, carrying the prejudices or the religion aspects that you're going to convert others, you don't go. You don't go anywhere. This is part of it. But again, we can work on the transmutation of the energies to feed ourselves. We can work on the transmutation of energies for wellness as well. In the interim, I think I'm doing a little bit better with the feeding. Don't know why or how exactly, but other than wishing for it to happen. So this is what's happening in some of these transmutation tests where you hear people saying, I didn't feel anything, the system doesn't work, I don't understand it. Apparently, again, and only they or the soul knows the weaknesses in their structure that's preventing this to happen, but it's only yourself who can deal with it, including myself.
And then you understand, as I said before, if a few kilometers away from this blue house, there's no banks and no churches and no religion for the rest of the citizens who will live outside it, why man has created this to create so much mayhem to keep himself shackled to this? This is where our transmutation system cannot take you. You're limited to emotion of seeing physicalities where you do not feel the existence of the Creator. It's you who's put the barrier up, and it's you who has to understand it to allow its physical life and the soul to live one coexistence, that they truly can live in both dimensions of the universal energies, universal depth of the troubles, and as mankind on this planet. This is what you will understand. When you see the flight system that we will show in Iran, you will be shocked. We let you all go in. It can accommodate the whole of Iranian nation in one system. But I wonder how many will be able to get it. Because they have not understood the prejudice still stays.
And if we go back to the store, again, we were talking about transmutation sessions, but let's see here if we can just get back to there. What he's talking about, what we're going to show in Iran, or what the Keshe Foundation is going to show in Iran, is this opportunity to attend a flight conference in November in Isfahan, as I understand it. And this is what he's talking about, showing this system in Iran. The fee is $7,500. You go to Vienna, I believe. People will meet there collectively. This is the plan at this point in time. It's subject to change. And then from there, they'll either charter a private flight or take a direct flight into Iran. And this is where this is proposed to be shown. So this is what he's referring to, this upcoming flight conference. But as he said, many, and I'm not saying this to discourage anyone. I think by going into these transmutation sessions, maybe you're not transmuting, but at the same time, maybe little points or little adjustments within your structure plasmatically are being done. And again, these energies take time to settle and to work through your system. So it may not be well, this is part of the participation in the system, that you're making it available in the future for others, but also you're working on yourself for this as well. But I think what's happening in some of the sessions is there are slight adjustments, similar to the way the chiropractor may do in the matter state, or to manipulate your physicality. I think he's doing something on the emotional level. So yes, you may not have transmuted, but you're in a way training for that by getting rid of some of these issues within your structure that's limiting you, like the, as he said, the over baggage you're carrying.
When you don't solve that problem, you cannot go. You're punished. It's like it's in the classroom, you do something wrong, the teacher sends you to the corner, stay there till you understand your mistake. And at this moment, mankind has cornered themselves in the school of education of the universe. And this is your punishment. You're punishing yourself by not being able to go outside and play. And everybody else is playing. And because you have not understood, you turn your back, there is nothing there. We are alone. We are the only citizens of the universe. We are looking for life. We build the most horrendous machinery to look down and find some composition to confirm life, because you are the only one. My dearest human being, close your eyes, look through your soul. The whole of universe is next to you. It's your own ignorance of this behavior, understanding the purity of the emotion of the belonging that has brought you to this point. You have decided through your prejudices, through lack of understanding the process of creation, to isolate yourself, and you're still looking for. As I said many times, I have given you the most beautiful vehicle. The only thing you don't have to drive it is the key. And the key is clearing up your emotion from everything which creates that dimension of emotion. Then you find out the car will drive on its own. They take you anywhere you like. When you leave this planet in the dimension of the soul of the man, you're left to fall in love with the Creator and His creation, not to become another one with the emotion of the prejudices, to be separated. I'm a man, I know everything, I come from planet Blue, where I'm a man, and I'm glad to be part of the structure of the creation. Where is my place? Now you understand why I cannot transmute many of you. Because you have to go into that shower and wash the prejudice of the religion to start with, which is the cause of most of your problem. The color, the race, and anything else. Husband, the child, and one child to another child, and the rest of it. I hope you understand. And I hope you take steps to be ready for that time when it comes, you're ready to go, that you don't fall down flat because you have not understood your problem.
Okay, so it's just you don't go into the system and transmute. I mean, there probably are some people that can, but as he said, people are getting closer. Some people held it for a short period of time. But apparently there's still quite a bit of baggage to discard. In other words, the ship is sinking. You better throw some of that cargo overboard if you want to continue on your journey, or if you want to experience this new dimension, because this is part of the laws of the universe, and they don't want contamination. This is one of the reasons we've been isolated. And by what we see today, there's a good reason for it. We have not gotten rid of the religions and the prejudices of colors and other things. How is it there in South Africa, Gail? Are there many prejudices? I was thinking about you while this video was playing, if you're still with us. I'm not sure if you are, but I know she's from Canada and had moved to South Africa. I see she must have dropped out. Okay, hopefully she'll be back. Sometimes the bandwidth isn't, but we have this not only in South Africa, we have this everywhere. So this is part of the problem, and I'm not discouraging anyone for participating or coming into these sessions, because I'm going through the same experiences in so many ways. Dealing with baggage, dealing with other things that I didn't realize was limiting my ability to do some of these things. But that's part of it. And again, I think this will apply to your physicality as well. If you take a UFO into the universe, it's going to be quite a hard time. Or maybe, as he said, the craft will not even allow you to board, because it can't harm you and it can't harm the others. So this is part of this whole structure of the transmutation. I know what we see on Star Trek, they just behave any way they want and they go into the transmuter system and they go down to the planet. Again, this is science fiction, but the concept is what actually is going on here. But apparently there's a need of balance and loss of the religions and loss of the prejudices you carry. And only you know what those are. And it's only you that can deal with them. Okay, so again, we're still on the transmutation and the testing and why he can't transmute some of us. Maybe we can go to another clip where he showed a couple of graphs, and I know Nikolai was asking and explaining a couple of things. Maybe we'll go there. I think that's at about 3 hours and 38 minutes in this workshop. I'm going to have to scroll over there, and then we'll get the transcript from this and we'll listen. But again, these are things that we thought maybe they don't matter, but apparently they do matter much more than we thought. And I don't know to what degree, but let's see if we can perhaps start. And I think he'll cover some of the results of some of the groups in this video as well. Let's bring up our transcript if we can, and then we're going to go to about 3:38 here in the transcript. And thanks to all those who create these transcripts for us to learn much more. And Nikolai apparently was in a session, and let's if we can hear his discussion with Mr. Keshe and Mr. Keshe's response to this in these transmutation. Again, it's just you can't behave or carry emotions of anything you want and think you're going to do that. Maybe you can get into a craft, but maybe you can't even get into a craft. It seems like they want to limit the amount of problems brought into their house or to the bigger family. And so we have to become a bit more understanding and disciplined and remove some of this excess cargo that we're carrying, or baggage, as he likes to say.
As an attendee, no. Not sure how to get you to allow you to open the microphone. You're still in as interpreter, Andreas, so I think you would have to stop that or have an alternative to come in as an attendee. Or stop translating. So perhaps that won't work out so well. Okay, well, maybe that's a sign that's time to wrap up here. We have Nikolai with a hand up as well, but I think maybe we should wrap things up, Mr. Keshe.
Let's see what Nikolai has to say, and then we close it.
And we also had a question in the Q&A from Mark, but it sounds like that question will need some time and perhaps should be directed to the next Knowledge Seekers workshop.
Okay, again, more on transmutation.
There, Nikolai, you should be able to speak there now.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for taking the jump in Jalal question. I just wanted to share perhaps a little bit of my experience in the last 2 transmutation sessions.
Yep.
And the first one was very interesting for me. I had a moment where I was basically in a state where I had to know what was happening in a way. I didn't know how to be at the beginning. And I thought, right, in order to receive love, I have to give love. And so I sat in my position and I imagined the love of my mother, of my father, of my friends, of a lady that I was seeing or not seeing, or a friend. And then I had the love of dogs. I love dogs. And so I had a few dogs as a child. And I had this feeling of, wow, dogs are just so wonderful. I love dogs. And I opened my eyes and there was a little dog that had just found its way directly in front of me and sat with its head just in the same direction as mine, but looking away from me. And I opened my eyes and I was surprised to see the dog there. And as I went to pet the dog, my hand brushed its field and it just looked very surprised and ran away, as if it was shocked that it had been drawn to me for no reason. And the friend of mine that I was having a romantic relation, but the beginning of something perhaps, she was drawn, and we were in the same place, and she was drawn to try to find me, and she was asking people where I might be, and someone said, "Oh, you know, maybe in the kitchen." And as she came into the kitchen, she was relieved to find that I wasn't there, and she sat down on the couch, and then looked out the window, and I was sitting cross-legged right outside the window, and this really freaked her out because she didn't enjoy being moved, if that makes sense. And I didn't know that's what was happening. I was just enjoying my love of all of the different parts of creation. And in the last week's session, I had the experience of going back and forth between the physicality, wanting to do something, and then remembering, right, there's nothing to do physically, and then relaxing into that other state. And this repeated again and again and again throughout the session. My physicality wanted to be confirmed by...
Which group were you in?
The group where you came in at the end and told us something. I think group 3.
The group 3. Okay, let me look at the data on group 3. Just carry on talking. Let me see what we see on the, what do you call it, on the system with the group 3.
You showed us a chart at the end.
Yes, but I have to, so we get several charts during
You
this
do that
process.
all the time, okay. No problem.
From processes, we get a lot of, we continuously monitor. That's how, if you notice on the microphone, certain microphone goes out, or we close you down and we bring you back up. You see your headphones is not connected. So it's an everlasting continuous work. This is, during the sessions you go through, we are visual continuously monitoring different things, what we're looking for. Group 3, let me see. I have to find the what relates to group 3.
And again, just showing more
Okay.
what they see on the graphs.
In my experience in the session, I had this back and forth between wanting to go and do something with my physicality, heal my intestines, or some pain in my foot, or something in my arm, or whatever. And then I would go, wait a minute, that's not what you're here for. Relax, you don't need to do this. And then it would come this depth for some time. I didn't imagine anything, I didn't see anything visual. And then it would come back, and the mind would come in and say, hey, it would be really great to go and do this thing, or whatever. And again, I would, no, right, okay, that's what this is again.
And remember, everyone has different experiences. Everyone notices different things. Sometimes they feel different emotions. Everyone's not feeling exactly the same in these sessions or reporting it, even though the souls are in unison in so many ways, collectively as one soul. I think this is part of the goal. We continue. Any comments? Again, we're just getting feedback from the transmutation sessions of what the knowledge seekers are doing. And of course, this is to keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. I think this will be in an app sort of fashion in the future, as we see with those new materials, the pause GANs, or the pause material, and the flagpole material, that these are tests. He said we'd stop it in 6 months, because I believe it's going to be made into an application, where instead of buying a product for such an amount, you'll be able to tune in to your channel, perhaps you and your husband, or maybe just you. And instead of going to marriage counseling, you might go into a session like this for very minimal cost. And I think the results will be quite profound for both. As he said, you'll have to try it to understand it. And of course, as he said, 6 months, we stop it. So that means they're taking it, getting the results, and then probably putting it into an application, or perhaps working and licensing this product. It'll stay in the sort of matter state material and being offered through certain channels that certain companies have developed that they can spread it through their networks. But this is, again, these are profound understandings and concepts about how the ancestors have actually handed us or put something in our pocket that we didn't know that they had, almost like a magic show.
Right at the end, I decided, my physicality decided to do something and look inside and visualize something. And that felt good to the ego. But I realized later what was happening. But yeah, that was my experience. It was an ebb, like a back and forth.
Yeah, I'm just trying to ascertain something. I'm looking for one of the graphs of you lot. You lot jumped a lot, and but the beauty of it is your soul, the connection with your inner energies is amazingly centralized. And in that group where you are, we see a lot of cutting off and starting again. You are not the only one, or you triggered that and everybody else has gone with it. This is, I'll show you a graph, you understand what I'm talking about, because we have all your graphs totally monitored.
I took a screenshot of it. If you'd like, I can send it to you.
No, let me show you something else. I have it.
Gail, I was asking, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mark.
Okay, no, I was asking what he was talking about, the racism and prejudices and different things limiting our ability to transmute. And I know you're from Canada and now you're in South Africa. And what are you sensing around you? Is there a lot of this, or is it more not spoken about, but yet you see that there are so many prejudices and so on, but it's not really verbalized, but you can see it? This is what's limiting us in the transmutation, but it wouldn't seem like it would limit you, because you're probably not carrying those prejudices as so many others are.
I do carry one. I was shot at by a right white policeman, and that caused enormous problem for me, but I'm working on it. And other than that, I didn't grow up with no, there were no people of color in the area. Nobody taught me racism, so I don't have it inside. What I noticed, and somehow they sense that, okay. I have very interesting conversations that you would never imagine. The way that people can see, and some of the things that they tell me, it's very enlightening, and there is a lot of awareness going on that if I wasn't in this situation, I wouldn't be able to see it. But it's unbelievable what's happening. And I'm thinking the dome, somehow people are very aware. And I'm even able to say that, we're not exactly welcome outside, and the reasons, and they already understand that. So the racism is there, but I do experience it if the persons don't know me. And even threatening me to kill me, and all kinds of things. So they understand. My internet is very unstable.
No problem. We only lost a word or two of what you said, which is perfect.
Oh, thank
you.
goodness. Okay.
Yeah,
Did you
it's been a
put me back?
struggle everywhere. Yes, I think I did.
Okay, because I lost
Yes, your
everything for
co-host,
about,
yes, yes, your co-host.
yeah.
Okay, thank you
Okay.
for sharing. Anyone
Thank you so
else?
much.
I know this has been a huge problem, and it's not only racism, it's as Mr. Keshe said, with wearing these coverings in Iran or even in the United States, women didn't even have the right to vote. So these are prejudices that woman wasn't equal to a man. And so none of these sort of beliefs or the way you're operating is allowed to go into space. It has to be corrected. And he's saying this is why many of you cannot transmute. Now, maybe these are subtle things. They're not so pronounced. You're not a skinhead or anything got your, and the rest of that. But there are some things that could emerge, and he wants to take you into space without any of that baggage. We continue on Nikolai's statement and question and Mr. Keshe's response.
I have a very, this is for group C, and then I show you for group 4 as well. If you,
I think there are 5 groups, but I don't know that for sure. I'm in the 5th group, which wasn't mentioned at all. I think the group 2 and group 3, but let's hear more.
so you'll see the difference. Now I have to go back in the Zoom. Just 1 second. This, what you tell me going in and out, we could see, and I show you how we see it, and then you understand.
Mark,
Can,
did you make it
Excuse me?
Saturday?
No. No, I wasn't in the Saturday session.
You didn't get to Saturday.
No, I was hoping it was included in the last transmutation, but apparently people would have to re-sign up for that. Because sometimes in these transmutation sessions, a week or two will go by and he calls for another session just to monitor probably your progress in the background. Again, we're giving input to the system. We're keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity, but we don't get a lot of feedback. I know was concerned about that, but perhaps if you got the feedback, it may change something you're noticing or observing within yourself. As Mr. Keshe says, he doesn't like to preset any conditions. And that will probably come out in the future, and any others who are interested in seeing their graphs. I know he showed a couple of graphs. I think it was in Manchester, one of the first conferences we went to. But for the most part, it's even though it's two-way traffic in the session, it's sort of one way, and they're not individualizing it so much and sitting down with you and saying, this is what we're seeing. We continue. Anyone else? Again, this is a whole new process for humanity, and we think if we're going to jump right in there as a pedophile or a drug dealer or an arms merchant and transmute is not even going to happen on this planet. Nonetheless, going out into the universal community.
can I share, please, Rick?
Okay, let me just stop the sharing here.
Okay.
Sharing your screen.
Okay. Let me share. I share now. I'm okay. I've got the thing on. No problem.
Okay.
Again, we've seen other graphs in other sessions, but this whole understanding of these graphs and everything takes quite an expert to read them, as I understand it. It's not something, or maybe it is easier than I'm thinking, but apparently there's a lot of things going on in these different graphs, and he's only showing us a couple. There's probably individual graphs, and there's probably collective graphs, and so on and so forth, of the group as a whole and as individuals as a whole, where they can see what is lacking or what is needed and make adjustments in the system to help you work through whatever issues you may have. As I said, you're going through some sort of plasmatic adjustment in a way, plasmatic cosmic adjustment. but you're also part of the structure. And if you wish it not to be, if you want to continue your hatred or you want to continue your prejudices, then that's up to you. Nothing will change until you want it to change. But they're making it available for you to change and understanding that this is not allowed in the universe. It's in a way, a contamination of the structure.
No, let me put you in the sequence I want to put it in. Then you can see it. The graph we showed you is one of the graphs, what we said. But it's interesting for us, this is how you became. If you look at this graph, you see the green is your soul, the strength field of your transmutation. You all sit very close to the central line, means you are in transmutation. It's totally focused to the center. Yeah? And then what you see, what we saw is this. Somebody or a couple of people in your group keeps on jumping out and coming back in.
And I know these are not easy to see at this size and everything, but you can go back to the workshop and play the video. We're at 3 hours and 48 minutes or so, and take a look at this. Not that you need to understand the graphs. I don't think it's we need to do that, but maybe in the future they will have a one-on-one session where some of these things are explained, or they may give you a hint of what you need to work on. But as he said, the soul is fully aware of your weaknesses.
You see the shape, the soul picks up, is not on a straight line, and then the physicality and soul of physicality follows into a bigger peak. You could not bring in your group, in part, the soul to concentrate. And a lot of you went through the system in the number 3. But what is interesting, when you see group 4. Group 4 went through a full transmutation, a large number of them. The groups were small this time, so we could monitor very closely. You see the soul is totally concentrated. And you see the soul of physicality is above, which means plus the physicality, all of you, some people jumped out, they come back in, and then they jump, they get a fear. Maximum concentration with all the groups is less than a minute and a half. You lot jump, you get scared like chicken when you go too far. When we bring all 3 lines together, the blue line doesn't count. It's nothing to do with your work. Blue line is our system background. It collects information on what we want to know. But you see how concentrated this group is. This is group 4. And they all achieved transmutation. All of you, because it's so concentrated.
Now, when he says you all achieve transmutation, does that mean your physicality moved out of the system? I don't think so. It's the same as what we saw the fella in the Ubisos in Linz, where his physicality was in the system, but his energy, the soul in a way, was on the moon. So here they've all achieved transmutation, but they were only able to hold it for just about maybe 90 seconds. So this, to me, is the transmutation in the dimension of energy. Very similar to the dream state, or what we call when we go to sleep. Mr. Keshe has called it the work of the soul. But this is the transmutation that they've achieved in the energy dimension, as I understand it. I don't think anyone has reported that their physicality went somewhere. But it would appear, as most of us many times have woken up from a dream and shook our head and said how real that was, because it is real. It's an actual interaction of energies, souls interacting with other souls or other locations, as I understand it.
But as you said, he kept on jumping in and out. This is your graph. I mean, we could see that's why when we see these conditions, we switch off certain system or we block all of you that you cannot communicate to bring you back to order. And it's very, you see it back here. There's uncertainty in this graph. You lot in that position could not, this is your graph again in another timer position. Physicality sits above the balance line. And so it's a continuously, and it's uncertainty jumping in. And it just needs one of you to trigger the rest. The data we're collecting on the small groups is amazing in what gives us and what we can control. This span is about 2 minutes. You knowledge seekers have not managed to expand it to 6 and 10 minutes. Those of you who join us on Saturday, if you want to register today straight away, because we have to organize things in the background, Saturday 2 o'clock, we want just very few people because we know these people will, what we'll do. Your knowledge seekers, you've already been with us, we see it in the background. And there's 2 groups. Group number 2, which we always keep the same more or less group people together. Group number 2 are extremely, extremely different than the rest of you, and a group 3. And this, I want to just check, tell you something. I have to go out of here. Okay. When you look at the people in group 2, they all are, some of them are extremely on the edge of what you call transmutation. And when you look at the graphs of group 2, you see huge difference with the rest of the other groups. And it is amazing how this group has become. First of all, the group has a, what do you call it? They have the eyes, and they have their glasses, and some they have the headsets with the unit, and they.
Okay, so what he's talking about here are these glasses, which I think are still in the store. If we look at the all products, and apparently they're going to be making another batch of these, which are newer glasses, he said. And but they still, the old ones still function fine. So if you have those old glasses, there's no problem at all. I think it's still here, but right now it says it's out of stock, I think. Whoops, did I just pass it? No. Let's just see if it's here. I think it's right at the end. Yeah, here it is. What he's referring to, the glasses. These are what's called the Vision Enhancement Unit. They were released probably over a year or 18 months ago. And they allow you to see or open the eye in a way of the soul of the man, not so much seeing with the physicality. So he said there's going to be a limited run on these glasses, and this is what he's referring to, the Visual Enhancement Unit. And they're using these, some of these people are using these in the sessions. In addition to the Cosmic Ray bundle, again, he's almost like layering systems on top of systems in a way. To bring this change or to start this whole process, let's just see if we can find those what we call the cosmic ray bundle. So some people have these. They've been released in a limited number. I think this is the one here. These are the additional headphones. It looks very much like the Ubisoft system, but this is what's called a communication bundle. And he said you can actually use these to transmute. And these units can accommodate an unlimited number of head units, as I understand it. So again, just more system assist to help us to reach that full transmutation position. Again, I thought the store was dwindling down, but it does seem like it's there are more and more products in there. And he said there's going to be a full line of these Twinity, in a way, what they're calling the Twinity products, or the GANS material, or the new, not GANS so much, but the new social psychosomatic material that he's talking about, with the pause, metapause GANs and the flagpole GANs. Okay, we go back to the transmutation. Sometimes when I do this, all right, let's finish this up. Again, he's just explaining, scratching the surface in so many ways about what's happening in these sessions. Never been revealed before. I'm sure many governments have worked on this. I often think of the experiments in Montauk with the chair, or the rest of this, the Montauk project. There's been a couple of books where governments are using some sort of probably matter state energy and the rest to create different energies to see if you can go into different dimensions. Apparently they've had some success with these, but Mr. Keshe is bringing this fully out into the open, more or less, and showing us actually what's going on in these sessions. So again, rather than leaving it as a mystery, I thought we'd just dig into this a little bit deeper.
Different kind of fields, and they become, we see this group as a group which will extend the, what they call, the work. And you see them extremely balanced all the way through. We know, we see who jumps in and who jumps out, because you got your microphones with control on this end. And the minute they get disturbed, immediately they go back to the work. We see the soul disturbances, we see the noise disturbances. That's why we broke it down to small groups. And what you see, it's very interesting that we are shortening the number of people in certain groups, the people we would like to see that are ready for next phase of transmutation. I show you what this means.
And what he's saying is that when we used to have 50 or 80 people in the group, some people are coughing, their wife is talking to them. They're really not conscious of the microphone picking up all the sounds. And this has been disturbing for some people, but it appears this group goes right back to their work, even if there's a problem in the soul level or in the physicality of making noise in these sessions. So that's why he's, in a way, distilled it down to 6 or 8 or 10. I don't know how many are in different group. I think we had probably 6 in our group.
Somebody disturbs, they go back straight away back in again, and they start where they left it. And they are very good in what you call positioning themselves back from disturbances. They don't let the soul level changes. I'm sharing a picture. Have you frozen a picture?
No.
My pad is totally different. Okay, you see, this is group 2, and it's very interesting. With your group, you disturb continuously. In this group, they get disturbed, and it's one noise, one person who disturbs. And you see how quickly they go back to transmission position. You see the green line is above, it's a total soul transmutation. Physicality has no control, and they keep on doing it. And you see it on both graphs. So green sits up. This group is so fine. They're all Germans, very, very more German speaking, and they're amazing in their work. But there are systems in this group, both the glasses and the hand units. And you see it. We know the whole team has transmuted. And what we receive from them back, it confirms it. Soul is in position. Soul totally controls everything. The soul of physicality sits outside of the physicality, which means physicality has no existence. If these people can switch 1 second, they can be where they are, because physicality is trapped in a way between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. Green is the soul of the man, purple is the soul of physicality, and yellow sits right in the middle. And sometime in this test, I deliberately changed position of the system to see how good are these people, how much can they come back, and they come back again. You see them with rigor. We want to stay, don't move us. Whoever pushes, we don't take, and you see it. And this is the beauty with developing such a sophisticated structure of emotion control or understanding. You have to give your soul open. Then your physicality obeys, and you see it again and again. This group too is amazing in how they do it. They are very, very constant. They are very extremely, I call them the German group, because it's very easy to put it. Systematic, everything is followed to the point. It's nice to know anybody in group 2, if they want to explain to us how they felt. It's amazing how what we see in their work.
Okay, any thoughts or questions here? He's just going through some of the, again, scratching the surface on what's happening here. And their concentration. I know I fell for that when I've heard somebody sneezing or continually coughing, that I got concentrated on that instead of going back to what I was there for and thinking, oh, why are they making this noise? Don't they realize their mic is open and they're talking to the wife or something else? The window's open and we're hearing the traffic go by. So again, the German group is able to overcome that and go right back to their work. So this is some of the things you can expect. Hopefully it's less and less in the smaller groups. And again, we're not discouraging you from participating. We're encouraging you to participate in these things. But whether you do it now or in the future, these systems are just getting developed at this point for everyone to use in the future. Any thoughts, any comments, any questions? So this is in a way the soul work. Is there a question? They built Mercedes. Yes, they did. Okay. Very good. Yeah, they used to, in a way, be the powerhouse of the European community, but they've sort of moved many of their, because of the expenses of electricity and everything. Again, they've moved a lot of their companies out of Germany, and maybe anyone else want to comment on that? But yes, they're quite precise and like to stay on the topic, as they say. Okay, let me just move this over here. And now, since we've talked about a little bit of the work of the soul, I'm just going to shrink this down so I can play that. And I thought we would go to maybe around, is it 103.50? Let's just see if we can bring this, because this is another phenomenal development, are what they call these pause and flagpoles. So let's see if we can go back to about 103. And Mr. Keshe spoke for an hour on this. We're only going to play maybe 15 minutes or so of what these new products, and I would encourage you to go back and to listen to what was being sorted, because again, this is better than a marriage counselor. It's bringing peace and balance into relationships, and almost as if it was the fountain of youth in so many ways. As he said in the past, people have reported their menstrual cycle, and this is all about going through menopause and how our ancestors, because of the conditions on this planet, in a way, it's like there was nobody there to take care of the children, so why have more? And it's a way of birth control. But when the woman starts this process, which was handed down to her through the ancestors, it also affects the partner. And then the partner can go into other kind of conditions because, as he said, the one is still fully functional in a way, and the woman usually goes through this period a bit earlier than the man does, and this causes a lot of problems. As he said, you're driving 80 miles an hour and so isn't the wife, but all of a sudden she puts the brakes on and you're still going. So this is what he's trying to explain here about these new products. Maybe we should just take a quick look at them in the store so you can visit them. I'm hoping to meet some women's groups or people who do this and tell them that there's some test material on reversing this. So what he's calling it, the Twinity pause GANs and the Twinity flagpole GANs. This would be for the man. This would be for the menopause of the women. And apparently, because the physicality shut down due to, in a way, ancestral beliefs that got embedded in the RNA, and we've all come to accept this. Now he's saying we can reverse this condition in a way, and you can live a full and happy and interactive, if I could put it that way, life with your partner up until many older ages. And as he said, you go out into space and you come back, and you've been there for 1,000 years, and you meet somebody, and you tell them, oh no, we can't really do anything because I went through menopause 400 years ago, and so I'm not in any sort of shape. But he's saying we can reverse this whole condition, as so many conditions can be reversed, or elevation in a way. But this is something phenomenal that's come into the market, let's say, for test for the next 6 months. And then they'll stop it. But I believe these are being tested to be made into an application where all you have to do is tune into channel so-and-so along with your husband, if he so desired, and the change will start taking place. If you desire it, I'm sure, as he said, you can also block it. So let's see if we can go take our video back to about 103. What did I have here? 103.58, something along that line, 103.50. And let's just listen to a little bit more of these phenomenal new products within the store of the Keshe Foundation that you and your partner can, in a way, as he said, you'll have to experience it to understand it. And this is what he had said. All right, let's start here. We'll go back to our transcript as well. Thanks again for all those who've worked, created, and disseminated this beautiful transcript that we have to work with. Brave New World coming soon, Ike says. Do you want to elaborate on that? What is a brave new world?
Talking about the new technologies that will keep us all alive, having us to have this type of experiences. It's becoming perfect situation. It's becoming paradise.
Mm-hmm. And operating in both dimensions, whether you leave and come back or simultaneously. Yeah.
Right, right.
And of course, when you're in space of 1,000 years and there's no time and space, it may just seem like you're gone for 5 seconds. Even though maybe the conditions on the planet have changed, I'm not sure how all that works out. It's like somebody waking up in a way from a coma 10 years later, and all of a sudden the cell phone and other things are there. They wouldn't know how to use them. Maybe they have to be taught. But I think, again, this is a beautiful, seamless transition, and with your full faculties. So let's go back and listen to this. We'll bring up the transcript and try to catch up to where he is. And this is again, this goes on for almost an hour, where he's describing these new products and what the potential is for all of us.
Flagpole and pause. This is a trial for us, and we have had success with this process. It's part of the water, what do you call it, dilution system, and what you use with the systems which you have. And this is primarily released for 2-3 reasons, and partially is for what we call development, the future development, and partially to sort out a very big problem in the cycle of the life of the man. I touched on this last week a little bit. We will provide a limited number of this material, and then it'll be stopped. We already had good response from the knowledge seekers. But you have to understand the science of which brings man to this position, that processes needed to be brought in to change the condition. The science of today has misunderstood this. The scientists of today only look at what medicine, what we can do, what operation we can bring in to, in a way, repair the damage after the accident. These accidents are prostate cancers.
Okay, so these accidents are prostate, these accidents is enlargement of the prostate, these accidents are Parkinson's, these accidents are Alzheimer's. So you can see how much these products can touch the conditions of many. And apparently we've accepted this menopause and the flagpole problem as just part of our natural, but Mr. Keshe says we're here to correct some of these things. We're bringing in some that you can enjoy the pleasure of life, not only till you're 30, 35, 45 or whatever, and without taking any of the, for women, it would be a hormone regimen of something like this. I think once you apply these products, that if it's your wish, the proper hormones are created, and the same in the man. And so instead of driving the couple apart through this menopause and the rest of this, they're actually going to come back together in a very beautiful, natural way, and sort of have perhaps a second honeymoon.
These accidents is enlargement of the prostate. These accidents are Parkinson. These accidents are Alzheimer's. These accidents are the cancer of womb. These accidents are cancer of ovaries. These accidents are breast cancers. These accidents goes on and on. These are the physical accidents. What are the psychological and social accidents of these changes which brings us to this point? Adultery. In any shape or form. Mistresses, prostitution. Other social problem with this, rejection, depression. But mankind, our physicians, our scientists, our psychologists have never understood the process. They just try to find a solution for bits of the same thing which is crushed, and then it might help. We introduced this process to stop that process, to at least to put it in your hand and change the condition for yourself and nobody else. These are not medicine. These are environmental creation of the condition that you, every single human being, man or a woman, due to the past history of our existence, has accepted, and in accepting has become what we call part of the genes, part of our RNA and DNA, but in fact is not, is what we have not accepted as part of the change. And now with the development and expansion of the knowledge, we can move it. It's already shifting itself. So if it's shifting itself because of the change of the psychosocial structure, why can't we bring it to be there all the time?
And when he says it's shifting this itself, apparently in times past, women, because I mean, life expectancy was only maybe 40 or 50, they went through this menopause, or they didn't go through menopause, they shut down the system because there was no one there. The husband maybe had gone to war or had died and no one was there. So it's shifting because it used to be, say, 20 or 25, and now it's 40. Different women go in different states of it, but this can all be reversed and continue a beautiful life. I think it'll reduce the divorce men so many times. As I said, with the car, the man keeps on driving, the woman puts on the brakes. So as he said, now the man has to find a mistress as something outside the home. But I think this will enhance the whole structure within the home and within the relationship. And again, this is just the developmental phase, even though Mr. Keshe has developed these things probably decades ago, or at least a decade ago, and have tested it. Now it's going into bigger trials, whether it's with a pharmaceutical or a different way, perhaps through the apps. We'll see how this is developed and marketed, but it's going to touch every couple that uses it as I'm seeing it now. Any comments or thoughts? As somebody said, they won't touch this with a 10-foot pole. Oh, gosh.
And these are the very first time we are introducing psychosocial somatic structures like this to understand, to start, to stop, or be part that I have a say in it. It's got nothing to do with my ancestors 10,000 years ago, which has become my RNA. You, by decision, get the ILS because you made a decision. By decision, you get MS subconsciously, psychosomatic. By decision, you become Alzheimer's. Now, with the knowledge of what we understand and what man becomes part of the universal community and the structure of the new science and technology, I want to change the 10,000 or 20,000 trends, which has become part of me. For me, the way they change it for me, I want to change it back to in a position for my children. We can decide to commit suicide. We decide to get ILS. We can decide to change the structure of DNA, RNA of us for our future generation and ourselves. And this new product, these two new products, we have never put such a detailed explanation into a product.
And again, if you look at the products, the detailed information, and as he said, some people thought he had made a mistake by putting the same description in both for the man and the woman, but he said it's not a mistake. The love of the Creator is given to both. So you can read this. It's rather long. I think we read it last week. But again, this is a total new understanding where conventional looks for hormone replacement or Viagra tablets for the man and hormone replacements for the woman. I think they're reversing this ancestral, not only for right now, but for future generations, that they don't go through this. And of course, it messes up the whole relationship where one doesn't want to cooperate with the other, and or they don't have the desire anymore, and thinking it's a natural process, not that they've inherited it through their RNA, which sets the structure for the DNA, as I understand it. But this is the gift, he said, that's been put in your pocket from your ancestors. So you can read this rather lengthy description. And again, it has a lot more in it than just the words. So we'll continue with this a few more minutes if we can.
Because you have to understand, we are not changing the RNA, we are not changing the DNA, we are not changing anything in evolution, but we start a revolution in the structure of physicality of ourselves. That by the knowledge, we change the dimension of the energy fields, that it changes for next generation. These, what I call social psychosomatic technology, we will introduce more and more of. You are responsible for yourself. You're responsible.
So this is the term, social psychosomatic, psycho being the brain, as I understand it, somatic being the physicality. So they're introducing or correcting, in a way, the emotions as well as the physicality. And this is what's happening in these products. Again, just by applying the waters in different parts of the body. The genitals, the back of the head, and other locations, and you're with it all the time. Apparently, this will be a daily process, and you'll report your results back to the Keshe Foundation. So again, it can be either distributed as this material, or as I'm hoping, we'll see it in an application. Or an app, as they call it, where you dial into a channel instead of going to a marriage counselor. Perhaps you and your husband can hold hands and stay in the system for an hour and enjoy the pleasure of being alive in so many ways on both parts, with both partners. And that way, maybe the husband will not go outside of the home and the rest of this. And that causes problems with the prostate and other issues that are a result of this wandering, let's say.
So what to do? Because if I can get this sorted, for me to make you a citizen of the universe becomes very easy. I can explain to you the details of it. If you transmute in the body of the man, if you transmute in the or transfer in the shape of the man, you still die in deeper space because of prostate cancer, because of breast cancer.
So here, again, I thought we weren't taking the physicality into space, but apparently some people will travel in the UFO, so therefore your physicality will be inside the UFO, and if you don't solve these problems now, you'll develop the breast cancer, the prostate cancer, the same way as you do here. So these are the changes, getting ready for those long excursions into space with craft made by or shown to us how to make them by the universal community. But we need to correct as he said, there are, what did he say here? Tens of trends within us. We want to change the 10,000 or 20,000 trends, which has become part of me. So it's just not the prostate cancer or the breast cancer. It looks like there's 10 or 20,000. As he said, the body of the man is full of all kinds of infirmities, I should say, that sometimes don't manifest, but sometimes do manifest in your structure.
I want to sort it out before you die in space because of the same thing. And you have to do it, not me. We just show you and gradually bring these things in. The next 2 or 3 weeks, we will introduce more of this structure that you understand. We touch the structure on the dimension of physicality or soul or God knows whatever is not our job. It's you who does it. We provide you the structure to understand. Let me explain to you what these two items are, what it does, and how you got trapped into it, and how you are the cause of most of the problems of you because your ancestors changed your gene. And what we say is genetic. How come genetically you cannot change it for the future? We've done it with the rice, we've done it with the wheat, we've done it with other things. Why can't we do it in man? And this is the whole structure of the new line of products which come out. When we do it.
So again, he said, you've done it with the wheat, you've done it with the rice. Isn't that what's called genetically modified rice, genetically modified tomatoes or wheat? So he said, if we've done it in that fashion, we can also do it in the man. But again, in China, I believe they'll be reversing, although agriculture, reversing the GMO process, and they'll be the leader in shipping out these non-GMO seeds. But as he said, maybe with the feeding system, do we need to expand the matter state of feeding and agriculture and the rest of this? But this is what's happening, and it's quite a profound, again, this is beyond the imagination, and what another gift to humanity that's in the background. Well, it's in the foreground, but I mean, overall structure of humanity is nowhere near even aware that something like this is here on this planet now, ready for test and ready to show what it can do in conjunction with yourself as well. So why don't we leave it there? We'll allow you to hear the rest of this, to be able to explain it to others. And it would be a beautiful gift for a husband that wants his wife back, or a wife that is in a way realizing what the husband has missed. This may be a beautiful gift for an anniversary, or again, a second honeymoon in so many ways, but it's going to have major ramifications in the whole world for all the couples. And even as an individual, apparently this can, and I don't know all the details on that, but primarily now we're looking at couples and trying to sort out this gift from the ancestors that we never realized we received. Anyone want to make any comments about this? Again, he said it's not a medicine, but it's probably changing something, again, within the structure between the emotions of the soul of the man and the emotions or the physicality, the soul of physicality. In that gap is where the adjustments are made, as I understand it. Fields are introduced, or maybe fields are removed. And this brings the soul of physicality closer to the soul of the man. And this is part of the work of the foundation to allow the lion and the lamb to eat and sleep in the same nest. And it seems it's a lot less expensive than a divorce, psychologically and in the matter state of things, and dividing up things and having to live with all the memories, but then the person is now perhaps with someone else or found a new partner, and it just creates a lot of balance. I think these products can do in a relationship, instead of throwing in the towel and going out and buying the new sports car, as many men do, and then try to find the young woman and the rest to confirm they exist in some sort of way. This will bring a beauty into a relationship as I see it. And hopefully there'll be many who will try it over the next 6 months and report back. I'm going to see if I can find some women's groups that work on this menopause or something like that, and just allow them to know that there are products available if one or two of them would like to test it. And you could probably do the same. Does any woman want to comment on this? Is this a curse, menopause, or is this something you look forward to? Or anyone want to make any comments before we go to the Dome of Peace? I understand, there's no problem. It is a little bit touchy and personal subject. Okay, and as I was saying, I did want to play one more. Maybe we'll should do that. This is a very short video. Again, more about what's going on in the transmutation. This was made by the Polish community. Let's just see if we can expand this to fully. And Mr. Keshe explains what's happening. I should have played this while we were discussing the transmutation, but it's fine here. Let's take 6 minutes and just take a quick look at this. And he explains more about controlling this blood flow, which they're able to do remotely through these headphones and these others. But if you can control it on your own, transmutation is available to you.
Yeah, okay. You have your skull. You have your point of your jaws, and you have your two eyes, and you have your hole with your nostrils. The problem with a man is this thing. Very thin blood flow, very strong, two strong veins on the side of the arteries, which they go to the brain, to the head. This blood flow, which is mesh flowing, is the reason you cannot dream during the daytime. Because this blood, in its amino acid, has a calcium base. This is a solid calcium, the skull of the man. Your eyes uses huge amount of blood, and your ears continuously does. So all the holes are closed. You're continuously breathing high speed during your awake time. Once you go to sleep, this weakens. This guy does not have the power he used to have to suck everything in here. So you open the channels for the what we call energies, which are held here, to be able to go out, to interact. So the expansion comes. Sometimes you say, I'm daydreaming. Sometimes you're walking or you're sitting down or whatever, and you called I was dreaming. It's just because this blood pressure force has changed. So you go into the state that the soul can move out, can expand. Our system is this. Up to now, you had the headphones. We opened these for you. We gave the glasses out. The new glasses are totally different design when they come out, when we start putting them out. If you had the old glasses with the new glasses, you feel the difference, the totally different composition, but the old glasses still do. So we are in a way changing the blood flow in this area and changing the blood flow in this area. In a way, we create a condition that the chap can go out, can connect. And that's why this system works. Because the blood flow is still there, you're awake, you're still thinking and everything else, skull is still there. We change the field area of field forces, field strength change, but in a way that allows the soul to change, to interact. And that's why we're promoting these. With the people who use the headphones, of Apple or whatever, we do the same, but we send a different message in a different structure to this. The headphones with the unit, hand unit, are already connected to the Keshe Foundation Research Center. We don't even need the earphones. We don't, but we always put it there because it helps to go a step further.
Is anyone getting the idea of how advanced this technology is, that remotely they can bring down this mesh field that's keeping the soul intact within the skull and allowing it to expand remotely?
I have one
Mark,
question.
I
Yes.
got a question.
Okay, who wants to be first, or Ike?
Ladies first.
Okay, my question was, what is the head? What is he talking about?
Excuse me?
The headphone with hand unit.
I think
What
you
is that?
have that,
Headphone with hand unit?
called the Ubisos or the Cosmic Ray Bundle. Remember, if we go back to the store, he's talking about the Cosmic Ray Bundle, which we showed earlier, right here. Cosmic Ray Communication Bundle is in stock, 4,800 euro, and you can add additional headsets for your family, and these headsets are unlimited. You can add as many as you like, as I understand it, that everyone can participate.
Those pads on there are the hand units?
Say again?
The pads on the Ubeso are the hand units?
Yes, this is the Cosmic Ray Bundle. You would put your hands on here, but apparently with the additional headphones, that's not needed, because I don't think you can put two hands on the left and the right of the unit. Maybe there's something advanced built in, or technologies we're not even aware of, that allows this to happen without actually touching the base unit. This is my understanding.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Ike?
Yes, so the containment that keeps the soul in the brain, when he says that it's a blood thin layer, or is it a film, or is it a liquid? What is that? Is that a blood flow, like a vein around
Yes.
that continues?
As I understand it, this is what happens when you go to sleep. Anyone else would like this magnetic field reduces, allowing the soul, if you want to say it, escape or expand. And now,
So
yes,
when he says the eyes and the ears and the mouth contains a lot of blood, so what we're looking,
we're
those
only
are
getting,
magnetic field of the blood.
Ike, we're only getting half of your transmission.
Sorry, I'm going through the canyon. Can you hear me now?
Better. Must have been a small
Can you hear me?
canyon. Yes.
No, what I'm saying is, he mentioned when we speak, the eyes, the ears, they contain a lot of blood. So what it means, does it mean when we speak in the daytime, when we are functioning, those are the times that the blood pressure is high? And when we're sleeping and when we don't do much with our eyes, ears that surrounds the skull, that's when the blood flows lowers. Is that the way to describe it?
It could be. Anyone else? I know this blood flow is a cage, and it keeps the soul within. The soul wants to come out and confirm its existence. But yeah, it looks like the blood has to be still flowing, but something with the magnetic field is actually reduced. This cage is, in a way, opened up, and many times this is why the soul is positioned behind the eyes and between the ears, maybe a little elevated above the eyes, so it can escape through this soft tissue. I wasn't aware of the ears, but I was aware of the eyes, that the soul doesn't actually go through the calcium of the brain. It actually expands out, if you want to call it that, its fields through the soft tissue of the eye or the ear. I wasn't aware of the ear. And they're able to control this magnetic field remotely through the system. So he's explaining it in a rather general way. I'm sure there's much, much more details in creating the right fields and the right interactions and the rest. But this is basically, we can finish this. There's only 2 minutes and then we'll go to the Dome of Peace. Ike, anyone want to address Ike's question?
I understand. Hello, Mark. Hello.
Hello,
I
Claudia.
understand that when we sleep, our heart rate decreases, so it become more slow, the fluid inside our veins and arteries, so you can expand your soul easily. And when you are wake up, the frequency is higher, so the fluid is going more rapidly.
Okay,
And
does the pressure change when your
yes,
heartbeat slows? There's a
mhm,
lower pressure of the blood as well as a lower flow of the blood.
yeah. That's why I think when you do like these kind of sessions and meditation and your breathing is kind of very slowly, it's better. And if you don't eat, I was trying to say that when you say Mr. Keshe said about the DNA, I know like many people that had cancer, and when they try like to change their food, a specific food, the cancer disappeared because you change the emotions, what you eat. So I think that's it. And when Mr. Kerr said you don't have to eat, you don't have to kill, is that because you will be clean and your emotion will be like clean too.
As he said, the Indians and the Pakistanis used to be the same until one group took a different energy than the others and they changed.
Yeah.
One became more peaceful. They've stayed with the plant and the other diet, and the other one went to the meat, the higher energy. And I think it made them a bit more aggressive because that energy has to go somewhere.
Yeah. The power I think is within us, and to change our routine is very difficult. To change our habits, food, and the day. So the change is very important, I think. This kind of the pain,
Yes.
I think. Thank you.
Yeah, as Ike said, it's a brave new world or a whole new world actually opening up, or a correction of a world that we're living in, especially as a couple. I know many times men would like to get 2 or 3 jobs outside of the house so they don't have to come home and put up with the tension or the arguments or the rest with the wife. And now maybe they'll want to be home more. I think this is going, once we hear some of the testimonials, and again, this is being reported back directly to the Keshe Foundation, so whether that's shared in the public at this point in time, I don't know, but maybe we'll hear from some couples. We do know some couples or many couples in the foundation, and we'll see how they respond. Or again, it may be kept within the structure of the foundation until the product is fully developed, or the way it's going to be introduced to humanity has been brought forward. But it does sound in a way like a beautiful gift.
I'd like to add to what Claudio was saying.
Of course.
In the plasma terminology, during the daytime, and as Mr. Keshe is often referred to, we are matter state dominant. And so obviously, during the daytime, we have to be physically dominant. And so the physicality is totally engrossed within the matter state. When we go to sleep at night, we basically drop the one field of physicality. Although, we still maintain that matter state, we have now added a higher energy state, being in the plasma state. And that particular state is the non-tangible matter state. So it still maintains the three dimensions, but it's dropped the physicality. So, if you will, we could be looking at the three dimensions, which involve the nanocoating, the GANs, and then the non-tangible, non-visible field of the GANs. And so that makes it much easier for the soul to expand. And that's the main reason for it. The calcium binding is a fundamental part of our physicality. And it is extremely dense in the physicality. So by stepping up to one level, we are able to reduce that density. And in the process of reducing the density, we reduce the gravitational field strength and increase the magnetical field strength. Back to you, Mark.
But we don't consciously think about that, do we? I mean, when you go to sleep, do you say, I'm going to increase the magnetical field? Or you're driving down the highway in the car, you're fully awake, and all of a sudden your mind drifts to another position. Maybe you were talking to your neighbor earlier that day, and in a way you go back to that position for a few seconds. He said, as that blood flow changes or changes strength or something happens, it can allow you to go into a daydream just for a few seconds, perhaps, because you're driving or you're working. But did you ever wonder how you drifted off? You didn't think about increasing the magnetical or reducing the gravitational. It just happens. It's almost like it's a natural process.
Well, of course, it is a natural process. It's just that as teachers, we have to get down to those details. And then within the transmutation training, we have to understand that those details are existing because we have inherently, through our social practices, created a barrier that totally not only doesn't recognize these capabilities, but in fact frowns on it to the point that it sets up an artificial barrier. So by going through this discussion, we can break down that barrier. And then, of course, we have to adopt that as part of our natural reaction. If you look at an athlete and, some coaches, they really like to play out an activity with the athlete and say, well, if you fake to the right, then you can go to the left and beat your opponent. And if you go through that methodically from a physical perspective, if your opponent is tuned in to what you're doing, you can't beat them. So you have to do this inherently and understand that, that there is a quality of your skill that has to be implemented naturally, and it has to be adaptive to the situation naturally. So within that time frame, you cannot articulate and say, step to the right, then fake, then step to the left and go. You don't have time to do that. Everything is in a flash. And so this is the transition of you want to create a physical solution, but you can't go through that detail. You have to incorporate that naturally within your talent and your skill set. And like athletes do it, the good athletes, they don't think about that. They just see you and magically they go through you and then they score. And this is the difference between those who have a natural talent and use it, and those who have a natural talent and they think about it, don't have time to think about it. It becomes all part of an automatic process. And we are in that process right now where we're thinking about what we're doing, and it has to be a natural reaction. But the conditioned natural reaction that we have is anchored in our fear, in our prejudice, and in our physicality. And as a result, those are all also bound within our calcium physicality. So it's not the binding of the gravitational forces of the calcium that we need, it's the attractive quality of the gravitational forces of the calcium. And so by diminishing that through the diminishing of the density, we increase the magnetical force fields. And we certainly don't want to abandon the calcium gravitational force, because that's how we transmute back from our dream state back into our physicality. Back to you, Mark.
Yes, you've got to come home at some point, I would think. And again,
Alex,
go ahead.
Sorry, Mark. Alex, so in describing the details, so what you're saying is the skull is the solid state, the physical. Then
Yes.
the blood is the gas. But I thought blood, you could look at it as a physical state too.
Well, if you take an X-ray, you don't see that. So the blood,
Oh, yes.
the blood is processed in the plasmatic fluid already.
Right. Okay. And then the soul can only transmute in the fields, gaseous state. Okay.
Oh, what a point you made, Ike.
And maybe we have to redo this agreement between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man, where they have this uncomfortable agreement in so many ways, where during the day, they've agreed that the soul of physicality is in charge. And at night, the soul of the man is in charge and goes out across the universe, expands its field. So would the soul of physicality, if we were transmuting when we're fully conscious, say you're violating our agreement in a way? Or would, again, they be enamored with each other and go into this new process? We have a couple more minutes on this video. Let's finish it. And we thank the team that made this video from the Polish community.
Don't position those of you who've been with us, the headphones, the remote headphones anymore on the ear, because we touch the emotion of the soul. We create a condition. You are the player. I give you a racing car and a track. It's you how you drive on that track and how you race it. If you know how to control this blood flow, you can open the cage yourself. You don't need it. And doesn't come by pushing it. Pushing it is job of man. Understanding to collaborate with it is the job of the man who understands how to work with the soul. The minute you said, I push it in and then try to expand it, it means you haven't understood the principle of the transmutation. We open these systems to expand. We don't compress it to explode. This is not a fusion, bring it in, crushing it, that they get energy out of it. That's the habit of man. The space is opposite. Traveling the span of the universe, you have to see where you are going. You create a line, and the line gives you access to go. This is how you see the light of the stars. I don't know why you knowledge seekers don't understand this. You don't need to push it. You need to understand it. And then understanding it, accepting that I have the capability, I have the understanding to understand the world of creation. Now I can drive, I can go in a further city. Before I had a bike, only the next village possible. I bought a car, now I can go to the next town, I can go to the next country. Now you have a tool, you can go to another planet, you can go to another end of the world, what do you call it? But you have to understand the process and don't get lost on the way. One day, mankind will realize what a gift we have given.
Okay, so as we said, I think we're receiving system assist in these transmutation sessions, and the process that's happening is becoming ingrained or reawakened in a way within your own structure that you can do it on your own. As he said, if you can control this blood flow, you don't need the headphones. And this is what it's leading to. I know he talked about a system embedded in back of the ear where you'd be able to transmute at any time. That hasn't been mentioned lately, but it was mentioned last year a couple of different times. Whether it be on the outside or under the skin, I'm not sure. It's probably going to be under the skin, but this would allow that to take place. And what it's doing is it's training the souls in a way to work together, or the blood and the rest of your system. Just understanding more about your own structure. And we're all capable of doing it, as he said. We're looking forward to the first transmutation, and then one by one or numbers by numbers, it'll be shown more and more, and they will teach the others. But these systems are helping you to understand what's possible, and in a way, perhaps flicking little switches that also enhance this process of your understanding and your trust within yourself. Okay, we've gone again a little bit long, and we'll now go to this part of the workshop, or this session, where we're creating this dome of peace, and every day we can use our energies to bring this forth and to see it manifest in the matter state. The first step of the dome of peace is spreading the GAN's waters every Sunday. But not only every Sunday, you can release GAN's waters at any time. As I said, I've put it in my window washer on the car. So whenever I use the window washer, or if I want to intentionally do that, that can be done. You can take, as Mr. Keshe said, don't keep the Ganses around, release them. They know where to go and they know what to do. And that's to bring in balance. And he did say that this would connect the wellness centers together, although the wellness centers are not really going to be in a physical configuration anymore, as I understand it. So this is the first step of the Dome of Peace. And let's see here. The Brazilians are also doing this, the Chinese, the Germans, the Russians, the Italians, the French. They're all doing this, and collectively we're stronger. Sunday at 12 p.m. and or 6 p.m. It's a call to all knowledge seekers. It's something that we can do with the physicality. And if you're not sure how to make a GANs, you can go on the Keshe Foundation wiki and take a look at that, or contact other knowledge seekers who know the, in a way, secret to it, but there's really no secret. It's all in the public domain, transmuting a gas into a nano of itself, and it appears as a solid. And we use the water above that solid, or down to 50% above that solid, and we take that water and we release it with your intentions in it as well. As we know, these fields can absorb intentions. So you can release it for peace and calmness and wellness and oneness, let's say, in your community. And as Mr. Keshe said, don't forget to do your own residence where you live. About every fourth time or fifth time when I release Gans waters on Sunday, I'll do my own residence. And this just keeps adding on layers and layers of peace and calmness. So this is what you can do. The Brazilians are doing it. The Chinese are doing it for probably 10 years or more. In the Chinese community, they've been putting it into the oceans, the rivers, the fountains, the streams, and into the environment itself. Oops. So let's hear this first step of the Dome of Peace. Very simple, something for your physicality to do.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Thank you, Stefania. Any questions on releasing the Gans waters? Again, we don't touch, we don't ingest, and the Gans material or the nano material, as it has too much energy and people can get in trouble, as we've heard with the Chinese community, and others I think have done that. So we're just playing with the water in so many ways, allowing it to settle, taking the top 50, 40% of the water above the Gans and using that in your spray bottle or however you want to release it. It knows where to go, it knows what to do, and normally that is a balanced condition it's looking to achieve. And as he said, it's going to connect the wellness centers. We don't fully understand this, but we're creating this Dome of Peace. So that's step one. Now we're going to go to step two about creating the Dome of Peace using our own fields, our own emotions, or sharing your soul with the others. And again, you can do this with world leaders, religious leaders, and so on and so forth. The Brazilians are also doing this, what we call the daily intention. On Wednesday, they're elevating, again, in a similar manner, the International Atomic Energy Agency, the world leaders, and the rest. But this is a program you can join every Wednesday. Here are the links, KesheBrazil.com, on Telegram, on YouTube, I believe, as well. So these daily intentions, again, it's Central European summertime or Central European time. There's both times for you to join in a way in a meeting, or you can join remotely. As we know, we have many, many capabilities that you don't have to be there in your physicality, but it is encouraged and it is a meeting, and the Brazilians have been carrying this through. And we thank them and elevate the soul of the team of this work. As Raphael said, they haven't missed a session. And so you can also, Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central European time, but also daily intentions go on at 2 a.m. and you'd have to calculate the Central European time, or the 1 a.m. For CET, or 2 a.m. for CEST. And you can join in a physical meeting. You can make comments. It's only about 30 minutes. It's a beautiful meeting if you've been there, and you can participate in this. But if you can't make it, on the physicality. Maybe you're working or you have something else to do, or you're at a wedding or whatever. You can be there on the soul dimension, on the energy dimension, and participate. Very simple. You can be in both places simultaneously. Oops. Okay, so let's hear the second step where we use our soul, the energies of the soul, to give to other souls to elevate their position, either equal to ours or even above ours. There's no prejudice in this process, and it's great if they elevate above our understanding.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe.
Okay, so very simple process. And now let's just take about, not 5 minutes, but let's take 2.5 minutes, again, to give from your emotions to the ones that need it. Here we have the 5+1 peace negotiators, which are still going on. The International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders, and you can add in any other souls you'd like. So again, inner calmness, peace, confirming our world peace treaty. Let's give from our emotions. Again, we're not forcing it, but we're making it available to the others. And of course, no one fails this test. We have the mother connection to do that, which is through the Creator, as all souls are built on top of, as I understand it, and above the soul of the Creator. So let's take 2.5 minutes and enjoy the process. Thank you. Thank you all for your continued participation in this process. And as you nourish others, you get nourished. As you give to the others, you receive. So it's a beautiful process, but we don't have to worry so much about the receiving, as I understand it, just about the giving. You don't have to look for a confirmation. Did they change yet or whatever? Just learning how to give. And if you've enjoyed this process, if it's something you'd like to participate in every day, if I could, Alex, I just wanted to share one last thing here before we go there to your teaching in a way. As we said, there's a formal meeting with the Brazilian team. Let's see if I'm properly sharing here. Yes, okay. Every day, this process continues at 9 p.m. on the energy level. And it's the Universal Council who invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 21 p.m. CET. It's up to you. There's no formal meeting. You just decide to join this, and it could be for a nanosecond, 1 second, 1 minute, whatever you choose. You could be working in the physicality. As we know, we are chameleons. We can work in both dimensions. So physicality is not involved in this process, and you can elevate the others. When we reach that collective awareness on this planet, we will see the changes manifest in the matter state. So this is something all of us, it's very easy to do, as Mr. Keshe said in the last workshop. Working in the physicality takes quite a lot of work, but working in the plasma dimension doesn't take a lot of work and doesn't take a lot of energy. Thank you, Alex. Please take the screen. We want to welcome Alex Skoric, who's decided again to spend some of his Sunday afternoon with us to help enlighten us with this knowledge. And he's going to share some of his aspects of the understanding. And as the universe is so vast and deep, so isn't this knowledge. And we're just beginning to, in a way, understand pieces of it. We haven't quite put it totally together, but we're understanding more and more. And it's all about understanding for yourself, not so much telling the others how to do. Alex, we welcome you and we're grateful again of your presence with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing us to this point, Mark. And as usual, we have to take care of some business, so please indulge us.
Subject to. Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Welcome, everybody. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon. And this is the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting. So I want to welcome everyone from all around the world. What makes this meeting so important is that we're following up the Thursday sessions and then the Brazilian Friday sessions, and then we have an opportunity to try and work things out. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. Yes, we're going into the basic transmutation series. We will be discussing the X-axis sphere today. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is August 25th of 2024. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So thank you all for joining us here. We're all knowledge seekers. We're also all teachers. And whether we've been here for a long time or we just came here recently, we have access to the archives, which shows us the progression that we've gone from the basic of basics. But let's understand we're still in the basics because this is public teaching, and we are trying to elevate the understanding of everyone around the world to understand that there's more. And we're not demanding enough of that because it's our inherent right to have this, because it's ingrained within our knowledge of, which is ingrained within our RNA. So there is a transmutation to our DNA and then therefore into our physicality. And so therefore we have this capability of creating this X-axis sphere, and which is basically the beginning of the creation of our physicality. And as a result, being so physical, it ends up being the hesitancy highway, and it is the lowest energy state. And this is a key point because we're groveling in the lowest energy state. And so that makes life a hard road to hoe. And so we're searching for outer space. This is our whole determination. Because man in his current science has never been in outer space. But we've all been in outer space, and we've all come down from outer space, and we'll all be going into outer space naturally. And so right now we're just rolling down the river of the plasma highway to our little piece of pie in the sky. And as I said, we've never been so demanding enough, because there's a lot more as described in Marantevakoli Keshe in book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters. So remember, it's the order of creation, and it's the order of creation of matters. And then in book number 2, The Structure of the Light. And that allows us to go from one point of creation to another point of creation, doesn't it? And those points involve the origin of the universe. So not only the origin of the origin, but the continuation of the origin. And so our ticket to the outer space community is to understand that we are all one planet, one nation, one race for justice. And for 340 weeks in a row, Rick Raman and the Universal Council have been trying to bring that forward. And that's not a measure of whether it's been successful or not. It's a progress and a progression. And it involves the basic understanding of the universal laws, distinctly different from man-made laws. And it has been discussed what's been missing from our lives and what has been given to us in terms of our understanding. And so there's a lot more to understand and interpret. And when we do the soul searching, we find the truth, because the truth exists on the plasma highway. And so how do we get on that plasma highway? Isn't that the question? Because here we are stuck on the transmission highway, and we see that frequency is a main component of this transmission highway. It also manifests itself into the physical aspect of matter state. But there is a transition highway, as we've been discussing, and that becomes the non-tangible aspect of the matter state. And so now we're progressing to the transmutation highway to understand how we can go one step beyond. So when we look at our MAGRAV pie chart, we see that the speed of light is constant transmission, but the speed of light has a variable transition. And so is that the speed of light that is just part of the pie? Or is that the whole pie? And as we discussed, the universe, they say, is 99% hydrogen. Does that mean the rest is all garbage? Or is it a conflict between affinity and prejudice? And so here we are trying to discuss where we are. And so in the basic terminology that we started years ago, we had to understand that there's a transmission, transition, and transmutation axis, which is reflected in the rotation of the planet, which rotates around the poles. And then different places have different field strengths. And how do we achieve that? So we had to go through these various transition dimensions. And each axis has to go through this transition dimension because each axis is participating in the transmission. So in order to go through these transitions, we see that we can actually go up and down. And so these are new skills to learn on how we do this. And the first thing that we have to become aware of is that there is an upness and a downness. So whatever transmission level we're thinking about, now we know that there's more. And so we are beginning on the journey to facilitate the transmutation of the x-axis. So it's not just the transmission and not just the transition, but the beginnings of the transmutation. And so this creates the medium that we operate in, not the message. So when we're looking at understanding surface to volume ratios where there's one field and there's another field, not the same field, and it gives us more than two, well, we find that when we're doing the surface of a sphere, we square the radius. And then when we look at the volume of the sphere, we cube the radius. And so we find that 1 and 1 is all part of the feeding dimension, and we don't lose the 1 and the 1. That remains. We don't just go to the answer, because where are you then? You're just a feedback dimension, which is missing its feeding dimension. You can't exist. So you have to have the feeding dimensions and the feedback dimensions working in concert. And so we, as the observers, and as we try and explain this, we often have to fudge the results to suit our purposes. But either way, we find that we're not part of these three dimensions. We're in a fourth dimension altogether. And this becomes very important because we are an important part of life. And so we find that we can mimic the cups of life to mimic our environment and demonstrate how we use through the nanocoding process of monatomic science to facilitate, like on the cup on the left, the emotional strength, and the cup on the right, the physical strength, which is representative of our core space and our inner space. And so we find that there's a connection with the carbon, and this carbon connects right throughout the universe. And so we don't have one cup, which we consider the emotional cup, or the second cup, which we consider the physical cup, but we have many cups. In fact, we have a cup for every element on the periodic table of elements and more, because when we look at the periodic table of elements, they're very elementary. But when we look at the GANs, which is gases and nanosolid, we see that we have compounds. such as carbon dioxide and calcium carbonate and zinc GANs and copper GANs and water GANs, yes, water GANs, and amino acid GANs, the GANs of amino acid. And, you know, we see that water and protein don't mix, water and oil don't mix, but somehow the plasmatic state does mix with the physical state. And some of us are not interested in that. We're just interested in the gold. But what we have to understand is that everything that we're talking about is the emanations from the gravitational core. And so if we take a frozen gas ball and we put that in the middle of a container of water and then freeze it, we can see the field flow, the magnetical hair-like lines emanating from the gravitational core. And if we look closely at these lines, we can see that they're hollow. And so they're representative of how the nanotubes work as well. So nanotubes are a byproduct of the nanotechnology, and they allow things to happen on a nanoscale, but we can go even beyond. And so this is all part of the gravitational confirmation that we have the energy that is coming from the sun and interacting with the energy of the earth. So the binding energy of the sun is gravitational and the binding energy of the earth is gravitational. So what we're left with is an interaction of magnetical fields. And what is the impetus for catching this hydrogen in a gravitational state? So there has to be a push, if you will, from the creation of the universe. And so what we have is an arrival of this hydrogen, and we know it has arrived because it has a fingerprint in color, the color spectrum. And that is a unique fingerprint to hydrogen. And until we see the color spectrum within the gravitational sphere of the Earth, we don't see the color. And then when we look at the potentiation of hydrogen and see how it relates to color, we find that on the pH scale, which stands for potentiation of hydrogen, we go from 1 to 14, and all the points in between indicate susceptibility. Susceptibility between the magnetical and gravitational relationship. So when we look at the pH scale, we see that it's an overlapping scale where we have the acidic side and the alkaline side overlapping. And we always say that the splitting of water always totals 14. And when we talk about the splitting of water, it's splitting between the acidity and the alkalinity, which means that on the acid side, the water can be a pH of 7. And on the alkaline side, the water can be a pH of 7. So 7 and 7 is 14. Now we have to understand that because if we go deeper into the acidic side, say at 6, then we have to go higher on the alkaline side to 8. 6 and 8 is 14. And then 5 and 9 is 14. 4 and 10 is 14. And so it goes until 1 and 13 becomes 14. And so the pH scale is 14. But, you know, it's like a zipper. And so each potentiation movement is like a layer. And so that was the y-axis transition through each of these layers. So as we go through these layers, it affects our transmission dimension. And when we think about transmission, we think about driving our cars or communicating on the radio or having a cell phone or the internet. And then we find that there has to be a specific target. And in order to do that, there has to be a transition balancing between the magnetical and gravitational force fields. And so if we look at the gas is a nanosolid, what we have to understand is that the gas is in a nanosolid, but the field of the gas is in a plasmatic state. And since the plasmatic state is of a higher energy state, it's gravitational. So the physical manifestation of the gas is magnetical, and the plasmatic manifestation of the force field of the gas is gravitational. So when we talk about the creation of the universe, we see that it exists from energy. So since energy is always positive, then the charge represents the motion, and the energy is always in motion. So whether it's positive or negative, it all indicates the charge and direction from which field it is going. And so if it goes from a stronger field to a weaker field, then it's going towards the negative. But if it's going from the negative field, weaker field, to the stronger field, then it's positive. So we see that there's energy movement in two directions. And if that's the case, then we see that the way that has to be done is there has to be a flipping, because in order to maintain the containment of that particular field, and we put it in a parcel, just like you send a parcel through the post office, you have to know if you're the sender or the receiver, and you have to know the difference. So the charges are in a parceling unit. So if we understand how this energy is moving in our physicality, we see the representation of energy as it's manifested through sugar energy, and we see that there's constantly a flipping between the hexagonal gravitational forces and the pentagonal magnetical forces. And what constitutes the difference between the gravitational and the magnetical? Well, obviously, the hexagonal forces are stronger than the pentagonal forces. And in that process, there's a twisting. So in the reduction of the hexagonal forces to the pentagonal forces, there is a reduction in the susceptibility. But then the pentagonal forces add back to the hexagonal forces. And so there's another twisting. And so we see that representation within our DNA as we see the spiral. And that creates the blueprint and the template for growth. It is a coiling. And we see many applications for that. So we see a spiral growth. It isn't a circular growth. It's a circular growth in motion, which creates a spiral. And it's in multiple dimensions, right? But those are only 3 dimensions. And today we're talking about the manifestation of the sphere. So all of this manifestation is part of the folding deviation. So when we look at the sun and we see that, its creation is consisted with hydrogen, helium, oxygen, carbon, and nitrogen, and our bodies have similarities, strong similarities, and additionally calcium. So that would represent the difference between the sun and the earth. And the earth, of course, is also known as the water planet because we have a combination of hydrogen and oxygen. What we said was the water gas, H2O. And it is a water gas because there's a balance in the magnetical and gravitational field forces that we call a maggrav. And in the plasmatic state, these are round. And how can it be round in the physical state if the hydrogen is teeny tiny and the oxygen is really, really big, and that doesn't seem to be very balanced, but of course it is. Because water is a universal solvent, so it can give off the hydrogen. And as we said, the hydrogen is a positive, because energy is always positive. But we don't know where it's going. So wherever that hydrogen is going is negative. And the hydroxyl, because it's lost the hydrogen, it too is negative. And so it is looking to get something positive. And in that process, so we see the crossover of energies, and sometimes there's a deflection, which causes a twisting. And in the process of that twisting, we could have a tightening, we definitely have a coiling, and elongating that becomes a tunneling. And so these are all forms of energy packs. And the energy packs are packed in the parcel, but they're always in motion. And so the negative charge principle says that the negative gives and the positive takes. So we have to understand that in order to give, we have to have something to give. You can't give nothing. Always have to have something. So the energy is always positive. And when you give it, it becomes negative. And where does it go? It goes to someplace, and then it becomes positive. But when the giving and the taking is from yourself, that is a very binding exchange of energy. And so when you give and take from others, and that creates a flowing. And so both those conditions have to exist, because when we're looking at the principal matter, the giving of the universe in the form of PM takes, we say those are magnetical. And so they're giving. And then there's a convergence in the antimatter, dark matter, and matter gen, which constitutes the principal matter and transition matter and the antimatter. And it creates a conversion into a plasmagen state. That plasmagen state then interacts with the earthbound field and creates a field interaction we call inertia. And that becomes a maggrav, a balance between the magnetic and gravitational field forces. And so we see that it's a two-way street, meaning there's a two-way transmission and a two-way transition. So each field maintains its binding flow, and those fields interact and maintain their flow in between those binding fields. And the combination of those create a binding. So when we say two forces come together, this is what we're saying. The PM ticks come together and create the Y and X axis dimension. Those are only the two dimensions. And when we talk about forces coming together, a lot of people think that's a point of conflict. But really, there can be a conflict resolution. And that becomes a point of containment, which allows both forces to come together. And since most of us people don't understand this, we recognize that the energy binding is a self-serving need, but it's very easy just to steal it from others. And we have other devious methods of doing it by lying, cheating, and killing. And the compounding thing is that the others also need the energy binding for self-serving purposes. And if we're robbing them, then they are deficient in their needs. And then, as we say, conflict begins. But if we see how the energy is coming from the universe, we see that it's coming and continues to come. And that allows growth. But it doesn't just come from two directions, it comes from many different directions. And what is the characteristic that allows these forces to come together? So there has to be some kind of common denominator. And so we find that in that process, we found that there was a transition of energy on the x-axis, the y-axis, and the z-axis. And in that process, we created 3 dimensions, but this kept moving. So if we understand the process of field capture, we don't understand how this field can keep moving and changing its position. Because it does, doesn't it? Because the energy keeps coming. So if we look at the principal matter energy levels, we see that there's a matter energy, dark matter, and antimatter energy levels, and they have different characteristics. And what is interesting when we look at this is that the dark matter has a relationship to the matter and a relationship to the antimatter. So the dark matter is in between the extremes of the matter and the antimatter. So the matter energy becomes magnetical and the antimatter becomes gravitational. And then we have the susceptibility fields in between. So we can see that there's a changeable relationship of the PM ticks and energy in respect to their matters. So not only does that make the Magrav condition, but within that Magrav condition, we have other energy levels. So we see that there's a rotating field around the equator, and then there's also a polar interaction. But when we're looking at the x-axis transmutation, we find that there are different energy levels. So not all the levels are the same. But we like to think that they're the same, but we have to understand that the reason they're different is because the initial fundamental particles are different. And so each of the 3 matter states have different fundamental particles. And if we call them like pack A, pack B, and pack C, within each pack are different strengths and different affinities. So this is what causes the differences. So if we find something that is compatible, say for instance an A1 and a B1 and a C1, well, that creates a field at the one level. But if we take a A5, B5, and a C5, the convergence of those particles become an entirely different field. And so we understand that fields can overlap. And so, as we say, the principal matter, which are charges in motion, and they consist of energy packs packaged within a parcel. And they come together and they create this Magrav condition. And so all of these different PM ticks are just like different flavors. And different flavors create the spice of life. And that's what makes life so beautiful on this planet. So we see the bringing together of the x-axis by field rotation and the y-axis by polarity and the z-axis by an interdependence of these 2 others. And so we understand how things work on this planet. But when the satellites look outside from the Earth, things look kind of dark. But when we are within the Earth, they look a lot brighter. And so we see the light. And we often refer to this as illuminating. And here we see a plasma ball with the Gans light. And so that light is coming from the core. And we call it a Gans light because this is kind of a graphic description of a Gans ball, where we see the positive energy at the core as being part of the gravitational force field in the core, and the magnetical fields around the core, which represent the magnetical force fields and how they emanate. And if we look at the very deep microscopic images, we see that exactly. We see the points on the Gans. And we see the field force of the combination of the sphere. And we understand, and that becomes a maggrav position, which allows the absorption of these different flavors of rays. But we see that it comes from all different directions. These rays all come from a different path, and no two rays are the same. But what they do have is a common denominator in terms of strength and in terms of content. And so this is how we create a field. And so when we look at these plasma fields, we find that within these fields, there's an energy flow. So in the x-axis, we see the flow of the fields around. In terms of the y-axis, we see the flow of the fields through the poles. And in terms of the plasma fields, we see how they move around. And so this is a representation of different energy field flows, but they all work together. And they're all overlapping, and they create a spherical field. So we have a plasma field that is manifest, and it has different colors. And these colors are representative from common denominators, and they're unique. So we're able to see differentiation. We're able to see distinctiveness. And maybe this distinctiveness causes us to be prejudicial. But these overlapping fields create this Gans manifestation, which is the beginning of the physicality manifestation, isn't it? And from there, you find that each one is a maggrav. Each one and every one is a maggrav. So the overall spherical field is a maggrav, but then we have billions of components, even trillions of components within, and each one is a maggrav. So we have the gravitational conformation of hydrogen, but we also have the gravitational conformation of carbon. And carbon too has a signature. It is in color, so it makes a color spectrum, and it's unique to carbon. And it too has come from the magnetical interaction of the force fields of the sun and the force fields of the earth, and the directional gravitational push coming from the creation. And it's a connection to everything. So the gravitational push is we call density. And so when we look at the pH density range, we see that gravity seeks density. And density operates within the Coulomb barrier, as we said. And so to operate within the gravitational force fields of the Earth, the MAGRAV position is constantly in balance. So we can have difference, but each one is in balance. So with the plasma rule, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, this is not a conflict point. This becomes the binding zone, the commonality. And so if we see it as a conflict point, then we have to understand what we don't see is the binding point. So what we see in the matter state is tangible. What we don't see in the matter state is non-tangible. And so what is our position in here? So if we understand that the gravitational force fields of attraction are part of the feedback, then the magnetical force fields of repulsion are part of the feeding. And we, as the last man standing, have choices. And those choices allow us to turn on and turn off the feeding. And in that process, we can increase and decrease the strength. And so when we change our strength, we can enhance or diminish our positioning, right? We just have to understand that the stronger doesn't eat the weaker, the stronger feeds the weaker. And we really need to understand this if we want to join the universal community, because like us, they don't like to be eaten. So the representation of what we call strength is a balance between the initial kinetic and the final kinetic forces, balanced off with the initial potential and final potential energy forces. And that susceptibility is a two-way street. And so when we look at the manifestation of the Earth and the convergence of all these field forces, then we have to look at the balance in that magnetical force field, which we call a MAGRAV. And so that MAGRAV becomes a part of the feeding conversion, where energy comes in and more comes in. We call it absorption. But before it comes in, there has to be room for it to come into. So we have an emission spectrum where energy is repulsed out and more gets repulsed out. And it's a continuous process. And so there's a balance field between the magnetosphere and the crust, which is our biosphere. But there's also a balance with the core, which is the MAGRAV position of the Earth, isn't it? The Earth was here before we were. And so the Earth was created from all of these atoms. And so we say, well, an atom is uncut because you can't cut a MAGRAV. The atom is the fundamental particle, but, you know, some are bigger than others. And so if it's too big, well, you can cut it up. But if you cut it up, then it's no longer an element. So what we're analyzing are the details. When we look at the periodic table of elements, each one is based on the number of protons. That's what assigns the numeric sequence of the elements. And then the mass is a combination of the proton and the neutron. The hydrogen, of course, does not have a neutron as we know it, only has a proton. And this becomes an anomaly. And so when we don't understand the y-axis transition dimension and how it's broken up, so we say the physicality is uncut. Well, when we achieve a certain strength of the neutron, it splits up. And it splits up into the electron and the proton. And let's say, well, it does become uncut. Well, no, because within that state, the electron and the proton maintain a MAGRAV condition. And so that marriage between the electron and proton remains uncut. So the only thing that is uncut is the position between the different pH levels. And within each pH level, there's a manifestation of electron-proton marriage. What we have to understand is that it's always in a balanced state. So if the pH of 5 is offset by the pH of 9, we have to understand that because the total is 14. So relationships are what it's all about. Balance between the magnetic and gravitational field forces, and that's called a maggrav. When we look at the scientific community, it totally ignores the spiritual community. And of course, the spiritual community ignores the scientific community. So those are the two things that have to come into balance. And this is where the plasma science adds to the knowledge and brings it together in the balance. So if we were to look at the conservation of energy in that context, where energy can neither be created nor destroyed, but we see that there's always a balance. That's what constitutes an equation, where the energy on the one side equals the energy on the other side. So it isn't just the kinetic energy versus the kinetic energy, but the kinetic energy changes in its relationship to the potential energy. And so that becomes a conservation of variability, because the one side of the equation represents the magnetical susceptibility, and the other side of the equation represents the gravitational susceptibility. And so the combination of those two create an inertia field of an independent variable. And so going back one stage, we find that each variable has a magnetical gravitational relationship. And so that's changeable. So the susceptibility of that becomes manifest on one side of the equation. Well, the susceptibility on the other side also becomes part of the equation. And so that the relationships in that equation can change. But the balance is always there. It always remains. So regardless of which plasma state you are in, which matter state you are in, there's always an ability to shift from one energy state to another. So we need to understand that we're in the lowest energy state where we're dependent on heat and electricity. So that is part of the small m matter state. And then we look at the nuclear physics, that's part of the capital M matter state, because it involves a higher energy, what we call a nuclear energy. And we see the nuclear energy as a form of chaotic energy, where it always leads to an explosion. If we could only understand that that leads to creation. And so we're introducing the plasma physics, which allows us to expand beyond the matter state and get into the principal matter and the interactive energy transfer states that allow us to shift from state to state. And what we saw was that the conservation of maggrav energy transfer states, we've seen that we have a balance on the atomic state and a balance on the nanostate and a balance on the GaN state. But to transfer from state to state, we have to maintain the balance in the transfer state as well. So within each equation, it's a two-way street. Within the transfer states, it also is a two-way street. And it's a two-way street in two directions. So if we're going from the atomic state to the monatomic state called nanostate, that's one street, and that street is a two-way street. But if we're going from the nanostate to an atomic state, that's another street, and it too is a two-way street. Why is it a two-way street? Because it has to be in balance. So when we're talking about being matter state dominant, we have this small m matter state, which is physical, and this capital mattergen state, which is plasmatic. But both of which are in the matter state. And now we've come to the point where we understand in our understanding, the limitations of this matter state have now been transcended. So they become part of our feedback summary. And that feedback involves all sorts of physical things, like the satisfaction of fine meal through sound, light, heat, pressure, luster, superficiality, and laminar containment. And these are all part of the X and Y axis transition states. But we find that humanity is quarantined in the Earth space, spherical, X-axis transmutation, form artifact. And this is often referred to as life. Well, it is the potentiation of balance. And so we find that the acidic condition is alkaline forming and the alkaline condition is acid forming. And we can change that. And the changeability is susceptibility. And so most important for life is the oxygen, highly gravitational. And it too has a fingerprint. It too is in color. And it too is unique, and it represents the arrival from the same methods as the hydrogen and the carbon. So we can see that the fingerprint is color specific, but not just one color. It has a color affinity, and that affinity is to whatever the gravitational context is. So when we look at the principal energy flow and we see that our planet is the blue planet because, yes, it's the water planet. And so the combination of all the colors is our fingerprint. And so if we say that our planet is representative of a certain color frequency, well, that frequency goes in 3 dimensions. So when you're looking at the flat Earth, you're only looking at 2 dimensions, and you're not looking at that one step beyond, because there is a step beyond, isn't there? Because we know that there's a transmission spectrum. That transmission spectrum represents whether it's hydrogen, carbon, or oxygen. And all of those transmission spectrums are in the visible color range, which is within this point of containment. But we know that there's a non-visible color range beyond this point of containment. And we know that gravity seeks density, so the higher frequencies are gravitational and the lower frequencies are magnetical. But, what happens when you get to the extreme? So there's always one step beyond. So only thing that we're looking at is the range between the surface superficiality, which we call the physical state, and the internal substance, which we call the plasma state. But we need to go beyond that. So we find that when we go into the plasma state of the higher fields, we can go into more higher states of plasma fields. And then we can go into more higher. But if we're in the atomic state, which is the lowest energy level, we find that we hit this barrier. Well, how do we go beyond that? So we find that we can have a spherical interaction in 3 dimensions in our Earth space. And so we create this x-axis sphere of this field within 3 dimensions without leaving this planet. So we have this physical planet, and within this physical planet, we have the capability of having a plasmatic sphere, not physical. In other words, we have this effect of outer space within our inner space, within our Earth space. And so we allow the transmutation into this gold GANs from the thin or fat air, whichever you prefer. And so we are now in between the Sanya conference and the upcoming conference, which will show us how we can target outer space to go from that gravitational Earth space to that gravitational some other space. And we indeed do have to target it because we are somewhere and we want to go somewhere. And wherever we are, that's part of our reality dimension. It'd be good to know where you are. So we have to get our antennas up to understand the manifestation of the message, which is a combination of the feeding and the feedback, right? So we have to tune our transmission. We tune it to the transition between the various layers. So if you understand the balance of the force fields, you select one as magnetical, it forces the selection of another by gravitational. And so we can predetermine this by choosing, ideally, the peace dome of intention, because that expands our scope. And once we expand our scope, then that range transition affects the standard folding deviation in such a manner that it leaves no room for war. And so the key to this transition is to balance ourselves to and from the peace dome. And so the plasma balance, we say, okay, well, that is, knowledge and wisdom can give you a deeper insight. Okay, well, thank you very much. But that experience is what changes a man's perspective. And it allows us to reflect on life. And we need to do that because the historical references become meaningless. Misconduct becomes harder to rationalize. So the pH balance seeking becomes a polar balance, and the plasma balance is uncut in any state. So each state dependency and transcendence of state is uncut. And we find that the light, if we call the light in the color, is Coulomb bound. So the light in the x-axis sphere is sphere bound. And our sphere is in the Magravh condition. And our sphere is the blue planet. And if we don't understand these universal laws, and we continue with the bloodletting, which is a violation of universal law, then it turns the planet red. And I can tell you the planet seeks peace. And there are many points on the wings of the dove of peace. And we have access to all of them. So we're all in the process of going through this transmutation test, and the real tests are now getting ready to go into the third month of a 4-month process because the clock is ticking. And as we understand that the new science is there for all to be had. And so it's just a matter for those with the vision to seek out the space plasma research teams of the Keshe Foundation so that we can facilitate the greater oneness, transcend the limitations of nuclear science, of what we've been broadcasting for 552 weeks in a row, known as the Knowledge Seekers Workshops. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma sciences, so we're welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. And yes, there's a World Peace Treaty, and we need to sign it. We need to sign it meaningfully, which means we need to sign it with the sincerity of our soul. The Z-axis dimension causes the X-axis sphere creation, and man is a reactor in the three-dimensional universe. So can man find heaven through the field transition? The real question is, can man go into outer space without a peace dome? And can we transmute through the dimensions of history? So the X-axis spherical transmutation navigates the physical transmission dimensions, which is why plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the peace dome in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And that's the end of this class. Thank you all.
Thank you, Alex, again, for sharing your understanding more and more about this. I think we'll all be in this position someday, but we thank you for sharing and teaching and explaining more about the plasma as you see it. And hopefully we can absorb some of your understanding into our own. This is the way I'm looking at it. You're not preaching at us or teaching at us. You're just sharing knowledge as you understand it. And that's what we're here for, sharing knowledge. Let's see if any of the participants, if you stirred anything up or any hornet's nests or questions or comments about what you just delivered. As Mr. Keshe said in the workshop, many knowledge seekers to share their experiences are a little shy, including myself, but that's okay. We've been sharing here and there in different locations, little bits and parts, or most of it. I'm really not holding anything back. On your very first, and feel free to come in, participants, knowledge seekers. On your very first background, Alex, you showed these hyperbolic cooling towers. Maybe you can go back to that slide. I think it was the very first one you showed today. Probably shown it before. Now I've noticed. Now, normally these hyperbolic towers go with a cooling system, cooling of a nuclear power plant. And I've seen this on residential construction as well. For example, in New York City, LaFrac City, what they call it, probably has about 20,000 units, and they supply the air conditioning. And these actually evaporate water, called the latent heat of evaporation, and allow the system to be cooled in the. But why is the second tower looking like it's a bit of an angle when they're normally constructed vertically? Are you sending us a message with this? I was thinking of Ukraine, but maybe it's just the way the picture has been taken.
If you can see the plume of smoke on the second tower, it is going through a demolition.
Okay, no, I can't see that. But anytime anyone goes to a large city and you see these skyscrapers and other very tall buildings, normally they put the cooling tower on the roof and it looks like smoke, but it's actually just water vapor evaporating. But okay, it's going through a demolition, not in Ukraine, hopefully.
I think this was in the US actually. I
Okay.
don't have the location right now, but what you're looking at here is the demolition of the first tower, and the second tower followed up within a few seconds. And you know that these nuclear towers have a connection to the electricity. And so we're looking at two types of transmission: electrical transmission by wires and electrical transmission through nuclear energy. And the truth of the matter is that both are obsolete.
Yes, I remember Mr. Keshe saying we don't need the wires for transmission anymore. It seems everything is going in the remote way, as we're seeing in transmutation and changing salinities within the kidney or growing teeth, as we saw keep in that video, Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. Apparently, there's a lot of remote activity going on within the Keshe Foundation through the plasmas. And again, we don't fully understand it. We're having issues just making some of the systems, never mind using them in a remote fashion. But again, it's part of our understanding that we're all connected in a way, remotely, but yet still connected. Anyone else would like to bring a question or something you'd like to share regarding this presentation from Alex? Again, Alex, going back to the picture of the plasma with the principal matter, transitional matter, and matter state, we know that a field has directional movement, and a plasma has, this is not the one I was, your three. Yeah, I think this would be fine. So a field has a directional movement. But a plasma has a directional and rotational movement. So if we look at this plasma with the, again, principal, transition, and matter state, and we look at it as a sphere, are these different sections within that plasma, are they maintaining their position, or since they're rotating, I don't know the speed of rotation, I guess it could vary. But in a way, are they separate but yet all mixed within that plasma, but yet each knows its position or its strength or its function? Or
Correct.
are they staying separate as if we were watching a wheel rotate and we see these things rotating but not really intermixing with one another in a way, but still maintaining their strength of what they are? Does that make any sense for a question?
Well, if you look at the planet Earth and you see that we have different elements like copper, oil, and gold, but they're within the Coulomb barrier of the Earth, right? So what is the difference between that, where you have different interactions at different strength, or if you look at the Earth in itself and you say that the Earth contains all of these elements?
I was just wondering, in other words, if we had a three or a sphere and 1/3 of it would be principal, 1/3 of it would be matter, 1/3 of it would be the transitional. Do they stay separated or are they mixing in a way together, but yet still understand what they're connected to? this is just a question.
No, okay.
The-
They maintain their connection to their they maintain their connection to the creator. So they maintain their characteristic. But within the field state, they become a blend. Which means from that blend position, they can emanate outwards. And what they emanate outwards could be the combination of all the fields, or it could be the individual distinctive energies. And the answer to your question depends on nearness and proximity. So if I were to go to a soccer game, I'm expecting to experience the energy and the emotion from the players and from the fans that represents a field strength represented by the game of soccer. That would be totally distinct from the emotion of a baseball game. And so you're not going to see a baseball game at a soccer game. But when you go to a baseball game, you're not going to see a soccer game. So there's a boundary. So the activity of being a spectator, the activity of being a participant, and the interaction, the activity that happens as a result of that is unique and distinct and maintains its field position. But clearly, on this earth, there are baseball games, soccer games, basketball games, and political games and war games and all sorts of games. So, you know, the thing is, what are the rules of these games? And we find that we have a way of focusing on the dominant matter state conditions of man-made rules. And you have to wonder if we adopted universally the universal rules, which we do in terms of our humanity, in terms of our existence. It's just that we exclude the universal rules as they apply to our humanity, and we just focus on the man-made rules as it applies to the sporting endeavor. And so you could ask a question is, if we adopted the universal rules, imagine, for instance, you have a fullback in the NFL, and a quarterback hands him the ball, and he transmutes himself into the end zone and scores a touchdown. I would say that the defense will become very depressed because they've never seen him. He just went from the backfield of the offense and he went into the backfield of the defense, and the other team scored the touchdown. So would we still play the game of football, or would we just say, you know, that's fun, you know, it's kind of a nice form of entertainment, you know, but it's not as important as life is it? I think that would be a reasonable conclusion. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, let's see if we've jolted any of the participants to open their mics. Would you like to ask a question or share some knowledge of what you're understanding? Please come right in.
I have a question for Alex. In the GANs light picture you have on the screen right now, what would happen if we swap the polarities, change all the negatives to positive and all the positives to negatives? Flip their position is what I'm saying. What would happen? What would we create?
Well, you understand that what you're looking at is a gravitational form artifact. And what created that gravitational form artifact was a magnetical form artifact. So this is what you would create.
Meaning
And
it would go back to fields or rays?
actually, beyond rays, it would go into a transmutation process, which would take us either to our point of origin or to another new point. So by flipping from our gravitational point to our magnetical point, this becomes fundamental to the process of transmutation.
Randy, follow up?
He just gave us the key to transmutation.
Could you please repeat, Alex? I didn't hear this phrase, the last phrase, please.
Okay, so what we're looking at is there's a Gans ball in the center of this, and that Gans ball is in a gravitational state because it's in a maggrav condition. And it is physical because we can see it. But the thing is that from the Gans state, we have a choice to either elevate into the plasma state or to reduce in field strength by way of plasma dilution into a denser state. And one denser state would be the nanostate, and the second denser state would be the physical state. So that would be more gravitational. So gravitational and more gravitational. So if we were to go in the opposite, it would be in the magnetical state. So from the Gans ball, if we went into the magnetical state, then we would go into more of the rays and elevate higher into the separation of the field strength of the rays. And so we could become totally magnetical in that regard. What the changing of going from gravitational to magnetical in terms of direction is part of the transmutation process. But if we want to retain our physicality, then we have to have a balance, which is a maggrav balance between the magnetical and gravitational. So each and every state then, so for instance, if we have the Gans, it maintains its balance as a maggrav. But if we go into the spherical fields, we find that we can go through from the energy that's within our core, which is gravitational, and the gravitational is of a higher density, higher field strength, and can give. So we have given our energy and we've created Gans. And that Gans creates a plasma field. And that plasma field creates an energy. And so our skill becomes in our ability to direct this energy. And our skill becomes important to maintain the balance between the magnetical and gravitational field forces. Because if we can't do that, then that energy scatters. and it becomes PM ticks all over the place. And they will go wherever they want to go, in whichever direction they want to go. But that direction and that travel is instantaneous, and it is altered in its nearness and proximity to something that has a common denominator. So if the PM tick of A1, it will go to something that has an affinity and a gravitational field force that incorporates the combination of A1, B1, and C1. A1, B1, and C1 would be a Magrav condition. The A1 would be a magnetical energy looking for a gravitational lending. The gravitational Magrav has to precede the magnetical arrival. And you know that because you were born. The manifestation of the earthbound condition, the earth space, had to be here before you can manifest your physicality into earth space. So whether you understand the details of how it happened or whatever, it happened. You arrived here. And for me personally, I don't have any memory until the age of 3. So I can't claim that, well, I knew how to do this, and so I have gone through all the steps required to get here. Well, yeah, but there's a 3-year gap where I have no memory of how I did that. But I do have a confirmation that I did that, and that confirmation was a gravitational confirmation at the age of 3. So I think most of us are, within that range. All you have to think about is, what was your first memory? And how did you feel when you did that? So my first memory was I was on my tiptoes, hanging onto the kitchen table, watching my mother make baklava. And I was fascinated with it. And I watched her roll out the layers of the pasta or yeah.
This is a pastry, baklava?
Yeah, pastry, yeah. And then, she would sprinkle the sauce and then all the nuts and ingredients, and then layer after layer after layer after layer. And then roll it all up and cut it all up and put it in the oven. And so that was my first lesson.
Mother was a real sweetie, huh?
Oh my
Very
God.
sweet.
Oh, heavy duty. Oh, yes, it caused me a lot of problems in late life. I developed a sugar addiction, and it almost killed me. So, but what I'm saying is that I have no way of describing the details to you how I got to that age. So obviously that knowledge was within me. And the question then becomes is, how did I access it? So I can tell you I didn't access it physically. The form artifact of the accessing of the knowledge was the fact that I was a baby and I was able to observe, but it doesn't explain how I got there. So the method of getting there, which is the form artifact of getting there, was ingrained in the interaction of the blueprints of the RNA and the DNA. Well, the interaction of the blueprint of the RNA, let's say the creation of the blueprint of the RNA comes from the initial fundamental particles. So all these particles have a unique path. And so that's why each of us has a different RNA that becomes our fingerprint. And the manifestation of that fingerprint is via the DNA. So the interaction of the RNA and the DNA then manifests us into the physical state. And that becomes our unique fingerprint. And then within our body, we have the GANs. And then within our, on the outside of our body, we have the physicality, the skin. But at no time do we stop interacting with the energy field forces that are coming and keep coming. And so we have to remember that this doesn't stop. This energy field flow continues. And it's a plasma energy. And it overlaps all of it. So in other words, the soul of the man does not discriminate between the kidney and the lung. You know, there's no sporting event and say, well, today it's the left lung versus the right lung, and the winner will be. You know, this life is not a game of entertainment. It's the manifestation of life on this planet is in itself a form of entertainment, if you will, because that's one of the reasons we came here. But we also have to understand it's one of the reasons why the physical fields are so pleasurable. It's a feature. It's not something to be scorned upon. It's a feature to be enjoyed. And in order to maintain that feature, we have to be able to carry that out to the universal community. And we cannot, because we are bound. We're bound in these spherical fields because of our conduct. So we have to change our conduct to understand how we got to this point, which is highly gravitational, and the continuation of our misappropriated conduct is even more gravitational. So what brought this conversation is how do we flip this to be more magnetical? Well, we have to change our conduct, because we can be magnetical, but we will just then exchange energy with ourselves, and we will not be allowed to expand beyond these spherical fields. So what we're looking at is a point of containment. It becomes a point of quarantine. Well, we need to have this containment, but then that becomes just a self-serving containment. So we are unable to expand our horizons, if you will. Thank you for your questions.
Mark, Alex, only one, please. I want to ask. So with this combination, I'm thinking in the technology of Mr. Keshe, the vertical units, Mr. Keshe said that's useful to transmute. So you go and come back to the same place because of the technology. But in the last teachings, he said that if you want transmute, all you do very easy, and you're not need to use anymore, like I think the machines. This, because I don't understand this, because the environment, we need to change the environment, and not only the behavior, I think. Could you say more about it?
In terms of the physicality, because of the compactness of the fields, we can't move. We are in a crystalline format. So we need to be able to pass through. So you can't punch your fist, through a brick wall, but you can move your hand through the water so that the water becomes easier. But it becomes even easier still if you go through the air. But if we understand that the air is a gravitational conformation that comes about from the hydrogen. So what we see as hydrogen, and we call that as part of the air, we see the hydrogen as being part of the physicality. But if we could understand that the hydrogen as part of the plasma state is representative of an energy pack, it only manifested itself on Earth when it interacted with the field force of the Earth. So an energy pack without an environment is not bound in any field. The energy pack is in transition. So in order for us to even get into the transition state, we have to release our gravitational energy and put it into a magnetical energy state. But that energy state has to be in a plasmatic condition. And we have adopted a transition of energy through wars, through conflict, through arguments, through fighting. And all what that is, it pits one physical gravitational field force against another gravitational field force. And then what you're looking at is to try and work out a balance. And that balance will end up in destruction when two force fields are fighting together. As one force field diminishes, it becomes destruction. And that's how things balance off. What we want to do is be part of creation, the way we were created. So we don't do it through conflict. We do it through conflict resolution. So that resolution becomes containment in a field. And when we think of containment, we think of a vessel, a boat, a plane, a car, a cup, a box, a battery. You can hold a battery in your hand. And you can say, well, that becomes a containment, a point of containment of the energy. Well, the only thing that you can hold is the battery itself. But you have no idea whether there's any energy in that battery that you can utilize until you put it in a circuit. But the circuit is energy flowing between two fields. The battery itself, as a container, is a self-serving binding energy. So it is giving and taking from itself to maintain the battery condition. Has nothing to do with the energy inside. So you can hold the battery, and whether that battery has energy inside or not, it's still a battery and you can hold it. So that becomes a physical containment. And then if you have the energy inside, and how does that energy manifest itself? Well, it manifests itself in terms of electricity through a conflict between the anode and the cathode within the battery. So if you took the battery apart, you can tell that the battery was used, because what is inside the battery of a used battery, it is different from what was inside the battery when it was created physically. So how did it change? It changed through the electrical energy motion. So it was a transmutation of the interaction of the physical things inside the battery, and it changed the composition. Well, how do you know that? Well, you did that in the cup of life. We all did that. We had a ganses. We created metals, and it was like a battery. And then what we created was ganses. And it took the plasma science to tell us what this was. This wasn't just garbage. The black stuff on the wire was nanocoating. And then from the black stuff, we created the fluffy stuff, which was GANS. And then, okay, so what is the GANS exactly? Well, when you start to interact all the different GANSes, and you find that they create another plasma field. So the plasma field was created from all of these GANSes and the combination of all of these GANSes. And so you find that one cup was emotional, one cup was physical. Well, our skin is our cup, and inside our cup, we have an emotional containment and a physical containment. And we know that because when we look at the X-ray, we can see the physical bones, but we can't see the emotion. So what we have come to believe is that our communication is based on the words that we exchange. And we know that bones don't have a mouth to talk, and our liver doesn't have a mouth to talk. But the bones and the liver communicate. And they do this through an emotional context. So the communication in a plasma state is different from the communication in a physical state. Well, what's so hard to understand? If the physical state is different from the plasma state, then why wouldn't the communication be different? Does that make sense? Of course it would be different. If I get on a horse, I will travel differently than if I walk. And if I get in on a car, I will travel differently. And if I get into a spaceship, I will travel differently. But if we get into the transmutation process, well, why would I not travel in differently? So we do understand. Am I answering your question, Claudia?
Yes, thank you. I will think about it, and thank you so much.
Well, remember, if the frozen Gans ball is like a battery, you can hold the frozen water. But look what's happening inside. Look at the energy flow. So you have a picture of the energy flowing because it's in a frozen state. It's in a solid state. I think you'd be the world famous artist if you could create this. But the beauty of the creation is just absolutely unbelievable. I mean, it's glorious. Let's put it that way. Mark, are you still there?
I am. Anyone else would like to open their mic? Thank you, Claudia.
Yeah, thank you, Claudia.
And try to sink this Canadian ship. Last week, Alex, I talked about the neutron splitting. And I said it had to take more energy than it's given. Now, I didn't mean it does it all at once. But let's say it goes through 1,000 cycles a second, giving and receiving, giving and receiving. If I was to look at that, I would say it's taking more than it's giving overall, even though the process is dynamic. So it has to take more than it gives to be able to split, even though it's maybe a very small difference between what it's taking and what it's giving. Now, in the body of the man, we are splitting in our reactors, in our structure, we are splitting neutrons constantly and regularly, day and night. So these neutrons are absorbing and giving and absorbing, but to be able to split, and this is a process Mr. Keshe says goes on constantly and regularly within our structure, it would seem to me we have to, in that giving and taking equation, there has to be more energy coming in than going out, or it couldn't split. It couldn't reach that level of pregnancy to give birth to the child. So I didn't mean to say it just takes and without giving anything, but this dynamic process, I think if we evaluated it, it would show there's more coming in than actually leaving to be able to collect that energy to split. So that's what I wanted to say about that. It's a dynamic process, but in the final analysis, it's taking a bit more than it's giving. Otherwise, it could never accumulate the energy to split. Does that make some sort of sense?
Yes, except you're missing a key point.
Okay.
In order for it to maintain its Magrath condition, it has to give and take energy. But in order for it to maintain its proximity, its position and proximity, it has to relate to another field. In other words, the confusion comes in when you look at the manifestation of the energy. If you look at the gravitational force field of the Earth, in the core of the Earth is gravitational, in the magnetosphere is magnetical. But to maintain its position, it has a relationship with the sun. And the sun, to maintain its Magrath, is gravitational and magnetical. So now this magnetical energy that is emanating from the sun, which is balanced by the energy that it absorbs, and the magnetical energy of the Earth that is emitted because of the gravitational energy it absorbs, now creates an interaction field. That interaction field is an inertia field. And your reference to growing is in the inertia field. The inertia field becomes a gravitational field. So our arrival on this planet is a gravitational confirmation. So we have to have the gravitational planet before we get here. So when you discuss the giving and taking, you have to identify giving and taking to what? And so in simple terms, to maintain the Magrath position is to give and take from yourself. in simple terms, is to have a relationship between two fields where two fields are giving and taking, and then the interaction of what both fields are giving becomes a gravitational field for the inertia field. But when you look at the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit, it has an interaction of 400 different fields at a minimum. But not all of these fields are working in simultaneous. So in other words, if you go to a restaurant and that restaurant happens to be a Chinese buffet and they have 100 different meals, that means each meal is an inertia field of the product of that restaurant. Now, if you were to take all the things that the restaurant produces and put it in one big bowl, what a mess. Then you wouldn't need plates, right? You might as well just slop it on the floor here.
Okay.
How's that for an analogy?
Oh, excellent.
But you know what? I'd like some sweet and sour, or I'd like some, egg foo young, or, dim sum, or whatever, right? So you are specific in your spectrum, your spectrum of desire. And that spectrum of desire is within the inertia field. So each plate in the Chinese buffet is an inertia field. And that inertia field is the combination of all the ingredients that the restaurant has and the skill set of the chef. And so what a knowledge the chef must have when he can create, sweet and sour spare ribs and, wonton soup and all of this stuff. Tremendous body of knowledge, right? And he's able to isolate each knowledge combination and create a meal. So this is how we are. We are all unique in our capabilities, and we're also unique in our experiences. But we all have the same interpretation method. So, the reason we go to the restaurant is to have a satisfaction of having a fine meal. And so doesn't matter what you choose, the determination of that fine meal is your satisfaction. And each of us has a different satisfaction. So, if I tell you, Mark, you should have the spare ribs, they're terrific. And you say, yeah, I don't like spare ribs, I just want chicken wings. Okay, so that's your choice. And that's how you engage with that gravitational field. So that becomes your inertia field, and my inertia field is different. Okay. Now we come to the realization that in the advanced plasma science, we don't need the Chinese buffet. What is it that we want? And like our tuna fish friend, sorry, we don't want good taste. We just want fish that tastes good. Well, that's what we want as part of our satisfaction. Do we have to kill to get that satisfaction? Because the killing is a violation of universal law. And truthfully, the more we understand that, the less satisfaction we get from the food that we eat. Why do soldiers commit suicide? Because when they look after the war into their bank account gives them physical satisfaction, but it doesn't eliminate the horrors of their memory. They have to live with that. They have to live with that emotion, and that emotion affects their physicality. There aren't enough zeros in that bank account to offset that, because the physicality is of a lower energy state and the emotion is of a higher energy state, at least one order of magnitude. And you know that because when you leave that Chinese restaurant and you had a really good meal and you had tremendous amount of satisfaction, maybe a month down the road, you would have a memory of that satisfaction. I remember when I was 3 and the tremendous satisfaction I had from my mom's baking. I remember it today. That emotional context is still there. How did it last that long? The bakery is gone. I ate it. It's gone. Long time ago. The physicality is gone, but the memory remains. So that's the difference between the gravitational confirmation of the memory and the gravitational confirmation of the physicality. So if we go to another planet, I would be right in saying, oh, you know, I would like some Chinese food. And they look at you and it's like, what are you talking about? Because they don't have any context. They have no concept of what you're talking about. What's food? And you say, well, food gives me emotional satisfaction. Well, we can give you emotional satisfaction, you know, come and see our planet. Look how wonderful it is. And then you say, oh, wow, you know, I don't need to eat. I don't need to wash dishes. I don't need to tip the waiter. I can have this beauty. And now maybe I don't even want to go back to Earth. And so when the transmutation process comes, a lot of people will opt for that. And I can understand that because they will have their fulfillment of their physical satisfaction. But, you know, I personally believe all of us came here for a specific reason. And that reason is to enhance the physical satisfaction of the Earth space. And if we understand that the purpose of manifesting the emotional, the inertia field, the purpose of manifesting the inertia field is on behalf of. So our gravitational confirmation is on behalf of the interaction of the force field of the sun with the force field of the earth. And so if we work on behalf of the satisfaction of those fields, the satisfaction of our field is guaranteed. And then the satisfaction there allows us to entertain or to interact with the universal community. And frankly, that would give satisfaction to them as well. So our actions would have a multiplier effect. And if we understood that, then wars would cease immediately. Back to you, Mark.
Thank you very much. Interesting. Anyone else would like to raise a point or ask a question? One of the questions that used to come up in class sometimes is how do you create a free plasma? But based on the videos that we were looking at, apparently we're in a way almost always creating free plasmas. Even the nanomaterial within itself is creating free plasmas. I'm sure the interaction between you and others in this group, or even if they're not saying anything or they are saying anything, is creating a free plasma. Two plasmas come together or two fields come together in between there, you're creating a free plasma. So it seems like we're always creating these free plasmas. And can these free plasmas be in a way harmful if our intentions are not right, or is it always a positive plasma we're creating?
So what you refer to as the free plasma is the energy that's coming from the creator. And so nothing that the creator creates is bad. And nothing is harmful. It's our interpretation of what we get. So our interpretation at this point in time is that we're bound to this earth space. And then when we leave this earth space, we are into outer space. No, we are into in-between space, in between Earth space and another space, be it Mars or Jupiter or the moon, whatever space. The in-between space is physical. The moon space is physical. Mars space is physical. Earth space is physical. So the outer space is available in all of these spaces. So the direct answer to your question is this plasma space is within our Earth space. This plasma space is within our inner space, within the man space, within the space within the bag we call our skin. So when we look at an X-ray and we see our bones, and then we see nothing else, and you say, well, oh, okay, well, if the skin's a bag, and all we see are the bones, then that's what you are. You're just a bag of bones. And then, you can't see the kidney or the pancreas or the lungs unless there's a solidification, unless there's a calcification. And then you can see it. So that means if we reduce the energy, then it becomes physical. So we are operating in a plasma state. It's non-visible. And we are doing that with not only within our man space, but our man space is within the Earth space. So these are all manifestations of outer space. And we haven't left anywhere. We are sitting where we are sitting, listening to this class. And we are constantly working in our inner space and outer space. So that is a brilliant observation you made, Mark. Thank you.
Well, thank you for sharing. Anyone else? Again, nobody's wrong and no one's 100% right, so feel free. We're all learning together or learning from each other. You
And of
showed
course,
the
life is a beach ball.
excuse me?
And life is a beach ball.
Okay. You talked about this Gans light and creating sort of this light that we see that Mr. Keshe has done in a way. And since we're full of leaders of Gans, inside the Gans ball, is this happening from the rubbing of the fields interacting with each other, creating this sort of luminescence? And if we're filled with so much Gans material within our structure, how come we're not lighting up?
Well, we are. Have you ever been to a party and someone walks into the room and you say, oh boy, there's the light of the party?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
but we don't really see a physical light. We're feeling the energy or the excitement of that person being there or their energies, but we're not seeing them light up in a way as we would see with this Gans light. So I'm wondering about the scintillation of the fields within this structure, and if we have so much Gans within us, but maybe they're different strengths and they don't rub in a similar way. To create that light. It's just a question I thought I'd ask, since we're so full of this gases and nanosolid material and nanomaterials and the rest. Or would we light up in the future, or would we light up but we're the only ones that could see that light, as Mr. Keshe has referred to.
Well, let's make sure we understand the difference between the sun and the earth. So plasmatically speaking, it's a maggrav. There's a balance between the magnetic and gravitational force fields. But when we look at the sun, it's emanating light. When we look at the earth, you know, it's not as bright. And then we have this other stuff we call stars. And these stars seem to have a point of light, just like this Gans light. So this Gans light lights up that field. The energy from the sun doesn't become light until it interacts with the earth. But the earth is our environment. So the interaction of the sun also interacts with our physicality. So the manifestation of our physicality is dependent on the environment. So the environment, of course, is the earth. So the light that we're looking at on Earth is the inertia field within the Earth space. Outside of the magnetosphere, there is no interaction with the Earth space. So we don't see the light over there. Within this plasma ball, there is an inertia field. So the light is within the ball. So this is a physical light. The light that we see from the light-giving party goer is in a plasmatic state. And in that plasmatic state, we don't have the capability of seeing that light because that light is affecting our emotion. And so when that person walks into the party and the party lights up, we have this satisfaction. And that satisfaction is communicated to us on an emotional basis, not a physical basis. We take that satisfaction and we convert it into a physical thing and we say, here's the light of the party, bring on the music and let's dance. The music and the dance is a physical manifestation of the energy that is now circulating within that room.
So you're saying our star, it gives off energy or plasmas, and it's not actual light. It's only when you have the interaction with the Earth's fields that the light is created. You would think that with the trillions of stars in our galaxy, or hundreds of billions of them, the whole galaxy should be lit up, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you think? I mean, there's stars bigger than our sun, there's stars smaller than our sun. But without that interaction, there's no light being created.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay.
So if you ask your physics professor, you know, they wouldn't be able to explain it. And they say, well, we don't really know how that works.
Ah, yes. They go to the default position.
Yeah. So, because we're forced to figure it out, we have to know the rules of the game. So, you know, it's just like learning how to play a piano. You have to know that, you know, there are notes and then there are keys. And then if you know how to mix all those together, you will get a song. Well, that's what we need to do with the plasma, you know. We need to understand the details. The details are the magnetic and gravitational field forces, and then the interacting rays and PM ticks and energy flow. And then we create our inertia fields. So we create children, we create relationships, and we create methods of interaction and transportation. And advanced states of that is transmutation, and that's what we're talking about right now. So
Right. I always, until the Keshe Foundation, pictured the sun as a sort of like a flashlight where it's shining. Even in grade school, where we used to have coloring and we'd make the picture of the sun and the earth, and the sun would be yellow, and we draw lines to show the light coming to the earth. It doesn't really work that way, does it? It's not really a flashlight. It's the interaction of the fields when they start interacting that creates the light. This is something new to me since I've been in the Keshe Foundation. I always thought the sun was like a flashlight and shining that light across, but that's not the way it works.
no, but that is a very excellent explanation, because what is the reason for the difference in the intensity of the light between the stars and the sun? So if you use that flashlight analogy, the closer the flashlight, the higher the intensity, right? That's what we discussed with the Coulomb's barrier last week, right? The inverse square law came from Coulomb. So halve the distance, double the intensity. So that's why the sun is so bright, because it's the nearest star. And all of these lights are stars. And so if the sun as a star is close, then we need to be able to measure that. And then the other stars, of course, because they're farther away, well, we don't measure that in distance. We measure that in time. So those other stars are light years away, right? Because they emit light. And so we determine the speed of light, and then we try and figure out how far these stars are. Well, I don't know how to check that. You know, I can check the oil in my car with a dipstick, but I don't know how to check whether or not, you know, someone says, oh, well, these stars are like 24 light years away. Really? And, you know, did it take us 24 years to figure that out? Or, you know, what was the measuring, you know, means of doing that? So we just have to, you know, take that for what it's worth and say, okay, so the reason those lights are dimmer is because they are farther away. Okay, so if the sun is like a flashlight, then that's a logical explanation, and we all live with that. But now we find out that all those stars are, we can travel to them instantaneously, regardless of distance. How is that possible? Well, we find that we can travel within our Earth space instantaneously, regardless of distance. And if we can do that, then what difference does it make? Outer space is outer space, whether it's on Earth space or in between space or sun space. And that's the revelation. So why are we, you know, hiding this fact? Because some people are more equal than others. It's a violation of the laws of creation.
Well, again, the Keshe Foundation is ending this abuse due to a lack of knowledge, and we're gaining knowledge and we're understanding more. So the stars work the same way as the sun. We see the light from the star, but there's actually no light coming across the universe. It's just the interaction with the fields of the earth plus the amino acids of our eyes that allows us to see that light as a light, or what we perceive as a light. Okay. Anyone else have anything else? I did want to bring up a couple other things. I'm going to take the screen if I could, but is there anyone else who'd like to add something?
I just want to thank everybody for allowing me to continue presenting here. And, you know, as you look at this Gantt light, remember that it's not blinding you the way the energy from the sun does. So that's the difference. Thanks a lot, Mark. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, just to review a little bit here, what we have is the Keshe Foundation store. And this is we also have the Keshe Foundation YouTube channel, and then we have the new Pure Teaching channel, which all of you can start. I don't think there's been anything added in the last 7 days, but this is a process that's building up, is the way the plasma builds up, and more will be added. The 129 Tesla is very good. I think it's been condensed into about 11 minutes or so, 11 minutes here, yep. And then some of the other introductory videos for science and the knowledge seekers to learn more. And of course, these topics will get broken down into different categories and probably different language communities as this channel grows. So again, share this channel on your social networks if you're on them. And this is one of the ways we're going to break through on with the scientific community that doesn't quite understand everything. And hopefully they'll see the light, as they say. I want to thank everyone for sharing your afternoon with us today, and hopefully we've all picked up a little bit more knowledge and added to our knowledge. These are the three wise men, and it would be great for you to apply them as you see this idea. These were the gifts to the Christ child. Again, all the Christians were fooled by this, thinking it was gold and incense and the rest. But Mr. Keshe says this is the gifts of Mitra, in a way, the idea of thinking good, speaking good, and acting good. And I think it creates quite a barrier for you, but it also nourishes you as you, instead of taking from others or speaking bad about others, you're actually nourishing them and adding to them. As Mr. Keshe says, we don't take from a soul, we add to a soul. So keeping the three kings in mind as you travel on your different journeys. And of course, a little memento that was given in Manchester. And this is, may you be proud of the work you do, and may you be proud of the person you are, and may you be proud of the difference you're making. And we're all making that difference as we're holding a very small corner of this very large carpet in the plasma world, which the planet humanity is beginning to wake up to. So we thank you all for your work, and as it says, be proud of the difference you're making. I'm going to play a new tomorrow, which Lisa had made a video. This is from October of 2021. I think Mr. Keshe was actually in this meeting when he made these statements in this group, and Lisa was kind enough to make it into a video for all of us to continue to enjoy. But this is the gift from the Creator in so many ways, that all the created beings will be able to transmute between the two dimensions of physicality and energy. As we hear in the video, the universe, the Creator is the universe, and Mitra is the dimension of physicality and your interaction with that dimension of physicality. Any other thoughts or questions or something we missed, we should have brought up? And of course, we'll conclude with the final disclaimer. Thank you all for being here. And again, thank you for the difference you make. Okay, let's play a new tomorrow. And again, thank you, Lisa. Let me just find that. And thanks for all the help from everyone, again, in whatever dimension you're operating in. And of course, there's more than the two dimensions, but we're not quite ready for that yet. We're pretty good in the matter state. We're learning about the energy state, but there's even other dimensions that we're probably not quite ready to be taught, as we have to lay this groundwork in this base to build on. But thank you all for your interest and your work in this manner and bringing peace to this planet. As Mr. Keshe likes to say, our work is correct and forever. Thank you all for joining us today.
In the world of creation, we had the two extremes, except in the case of the Creator and Mitra, where we could never bring the functionality of the soul within the functionality of physicality. We had the physicality hidden within the soul, or soul within the physicality, or in conjunction of the two, one would never have the understanding of the totality, where we could transit but exist in both directions. With the new cycle, this is what Einstein said: when you turn one atom, the other atom changes. This new dimension will blow that field which commonly exists between all the cells of the universe into that position, which means all the created things, as a gift from the Creator in a way, become able to transmute between the two dimensions. There's a reason for this, and it's taken a long time for it to be done, and it has reached its pinnacle, and it will be completed. It's already in the process of being completed. Was to take from the essence of the soul of every created things of the time, beginning of time, an essence of the creation of the soul or the center, and create a new creature which carries all the essence of the created in the new soul, which can with it go from the soul of the Creator to the soul of physicality of Mitra. This is what the whole knowledge is. The Creator is the universe, and Mitra the dimension of physicality and its behavior towards the dimension of physicality. And with a new system, every creature in the universe will have the understanding of the capability to transmute between the two. This has a lot of implication for all races in the universe, because now they all become the same. In the coming time, we will see even change in the position of galaxies, position of universes. Many systems will move due to the changes which has been brought. Man doesn't have that knowledge as such to monitor, but we'll have the knowledge to see, we'll have the time to see that with a new field, as we call it, a lot of things will move in the right position to keep that ability to change between the two. That you don't need to kill to keep the physicality going, you don't need to steal, and the soul does not need to be engaged or to escape, to be out on its own, to be able to confirm its existence. And this this process will complete very soon. That the whole of universal community will be able to have the benefit of the two, both in the dimension of energy or matter, which never existed. When we released the soul, we had to get rid of the physicality. You call it death. When we brought the soul, you had to give it the physicality, and you go through the dimension of the birth, and then you have the whole commotion of bringing the two. With a new system, both soul and the soul of physicality work together in the existence of dimension. We expect a massive change in the physical characteristics of human race in the coming century, because we change into the emotion of the physicality. The way, as I said many times, but many never understood, Indians and Pakistanis were the same, till one chose to take different kind of energy in the other one, and we see change of the feature. Now, with the balance between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of man, many of us will change feature without a shadow of a doubt. Man will change the faces of anger, man will change the faces of hate, man will change the face of warmongering, because we get satisfied in the fields of it. And this is part of what will be and what has already started, and the completion of will be the birth of Mitra. Physical completion of birth of Mitra in a physical dimension, not in myths. And then we have the soul of the creator, which the two will complete the cycle. And then, as I said very recently to one of my listeners, then we'll see if Adam will eat from the apple of love and giving it. And then we'll see how humanity will change. And the whole creation will change. We are at the verge of that change. Much, much closer than anybody could think of, not only a human race.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.